He's our director, but he's such a senior officer in the government of India. He's the additional director of BGFT. You know how critical and difficult that role is. In addition, he's also the head of Special Economic Zone in Mumbai, CPI. Despite all those assignments, he still gives his time, even though it's an additional job for him as a director. Today, all the way he flew, waking up in the morning at 4 o'clock. For us, I think it's a great interaction with him. We have our former chairman, Sri Vagish Dikshitji, who doesn't need any introduction, all of you. Very, very fortunate to have Vagishji also with us. Host of experts, host of subject matter experts, captains of industry, packaging, IITians, CPTians, so many people. Well, my dear friends, all of us know packaging, it touches every person on the planet, every day, every walk of life. In a way, it is just an integral part of our life. No one can disassociate packaging from our daily life. Whatever, however, people might say a little bad words about packaging because of some other issues which we only created, maybe the littering, maybe the dispensing, other things, but otherwise, imagine, my dear friends, always I get emotional when I am talking about the packaging. The pandemic example we were talking about yesterday.
Or much less. But do you know, in the absence of the pharmaceutical field, in the absence of the packaging which is very connected to the pharmaceutical field, be it the first line of defense medicines, when the infection was so low, when the vaccines were not invented, be it the PPE, personal protective equipment like simple face masks, are you aware how many millions of lives we saved? We are not aware. We only get carried by our children, by our wives, spouses, neighbors. Packaging kya dabbe wale? You get carried over by that. And we feel shy to go into, and we always go into defense. We never say the facts. We belong to the noble industry. We belong to this life-saving, life-sustaining industry. दम नहीं है अपने पास, हम बोले कि नहीं है. Out of my heart I am saying, because I also belong to this industry for the last 35, 40 years. In fact, if I consider my paper experience, it's 40 years. Why you people feel shy? We should tell the facts. And we get carried over by the people, the plastic which is hovering around on the curbside, on the canals. We're only talking about that. But we never talk about, as it is, despite all the packaging existence, we have more than 40% of the food getting wasted from farm to fork. When it is going from the fields to your dining table, it's more than 40% waste. That's a national, international waste. Despite all the packaging. Imagine there is no packaging at all in your daily life. In my childhood, in the debate competition, we used to call debate elocution. What if there is no electricity? The world comes to a grinding halt. Today we might say, what if there is no internet, unfortunately? Of course, the world comes to a grinding halt. But what if there is no packaging, my dear friends? Just imagine your life without a small corrugated box, which we consider it as a waste in our life. Simple corrugated box, which is the fulcrum of your supply chain entire world. If that is not there in your daily life, your world comes to a grinding halt. If those vaccines won't come to your home, come to your nursing homes, which packaging is associated, but regulated temperatures which has to be kept in that, these millions of lives would not have been saved. In the pandemic time, even the food, healthcare, cosmeceuticals, agriculture, electronics, auto components, anywhere, any part of the world. Such is the great importance of the packaging today. And packaging is no longer static, my dear friends. It is becoming dynamic, day by day, dynamic. And packaging has evolved much more from just protecting the equipment, protecting the product, what it is being packed. It is completely dynamic. It is going to tell you Yes, the food inside is expired already, don't consume me. I'm bad for you. You don't even need to scan the QR code. It's going to tell you offhand, no, don't consume me. You will die if you eat me. That is the packaging, what is going to happen in the future. And imagine the controlled regulatory atmosphere. If you are not taking your medicines in time, I always keep telling, what is the final contact between the medicine, what you take at home, and you, that's the patient? Nothing but packaging. You don't have a doctor, you don't have a nurse, you don't have a C&F agent, you don't have a manufacturer of the medicines. Packaging only is in your hands. That's why I always keep telling packaging is your second physician. It guides you when to take, it guides you what it is in it, it guides you what strength it is. It tells you if you don't take what happens, and it tells you which brand it is. And in the future, it is going to tell back with the augmented reality AR integration into the system. If you scan the code, your doctor will appear on your product, okay? And then he is going to tell you about the product, when to take, when not to take. It's not ended here, dear friends. Hold your breath. In the future, I'm telling you, it's going to be real time. So what you're going to ask your doctor physically when you visit your nursing home, just the holographic representation of the same doctor is appearing on your medicine pack with a simple QR code, with a virtual holographic assistant. He will come. He will talk to you real time. You can ask him, I consumed this 150 mg in the morning. In the evening, shall I consume the second one? When should I take that? What are the negativities? You can ask him. He will tell you. With the advent of internet on the cloud, it will go back. It will tell you. The doctor himself will tell you. It's not a pre-recorded information. It's a live. That is the power of artificial intelligence and augmented reality, all the tools in the future. So packaging is completely going to be dynamic, my dear friends. In our generation, we are going to, maybe people like me might live for another 10 years, maybe. But there are several young entrepreneurs, young graduates, who put their life for packaging in their life, both in pharma, food, and other things. I think they are going to witness rapid change in the future. And you can't even imagine, even I can't imagine. So we are going to witness a complete evolution of the technologies in the future. And that is what we are discussing. Yesterday, I was so thrilled when the special presentation of AI, the design of AI, the packaging at the design stage itself. Can you imagine? When I started my career, a packaging technologist was kept in a corner of the factory, and he was asked to report to some commercial purchase assistant who did not even be a normal BA or BCom. He's a qualified packaging guy. And today, a packaging guy has come forward. We all were campaigning for packaging. Last 20 years, the CEOs have realized the importance of the packaging. And they are attending the board meetings. They are in the decision of the product launches. They are in the decision of the product design. So the design of the packaging is starting straight in the design of the product, be it a pharmaceutical, be it a product, food, or any other product. So we all must be proud of that. Anyways, it goes endless because like you, I'm also eager to listen to some of the legends, especially our directors of Indian Institute of Packaging. When I say, my dear friends, it's an emotional connect. For many of you, like me, it's really an emotional connect. For me, institutes are temples of the modern civilization. And the institutes, the संचालक जो है वो पुजारी है. हम लोग जो है, आप भक्त लोग बोलो, हम लोग स्वयं सेवक लोग हैं. We are actually, this is noble cause. Whoever is attached to the institute, indirectly or indirectly, we are actually serving the nation with a truthful heart. Indian Institute of Packaging, as we all know, is the world's renowned institute. Some say it's the second largest, but I say even Michigan also. All the Michigan students are my followers. I keep talking to them several times. But IAP is no second place. We are all in a bigger place, much bigger places. Anyhow, that goes endless. But we are very happy. All of you came on the invitation of the Indian Institute of Packaging under the leadership of local chairman, Mr. Shankar Patel ji, his entire And our legend of packaging, Gautam Buddha Garu, is sitting under his guidance. This conference is articulated. Yesterday it was so well, people were really, in fact, all those presentations will be shared, as Shekhar was telling, all that. And today also, the lineup is very, very informative. We're all eagerly looking forward. And I'm also looking forward to the message. The first time, I can say, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Mr. IRS, his message also for all of us, looking forward. Thank you for the opportunity. And the chairman, Mr. Patel, and our mentor, Mr. Gautam Buddha Garu, and all of you. And thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, Shri AVPS Chakravarti ji. With this, I would like to request our Director of the Institute, Shri Rajesh Kumar Mishra, to kindly present a special address to this august gathering. So before I invite Director Sir on stage, I would like to brief about Shri Rajesh Kumar Mishra ji. Shri R.K. Mishra is Additional Director General, DGFT Mumbai, and he is an officer of 1995 batch of Indian Revenue Service, Customs and Indirect Taxes. He has worked as a mechanical engineer in Indian Railways before joining the Revenue Service. He has a vast experience of more than 27 years of tax administration and investigations related to customs, GST and narcotics cases. He has served for 3 tenures in DRI in headquarters New Delhi, zonal unit in Kolkata and regional unit in Jaipur. He was also the first Secretary Economic for Embassy of India in Kathmandu. He has been, ladies and gentlemen, he has been conferred upon the President of India's Appreciation Certificate for Extraordinary Devotion of Duty and Specially Distinguished Record of Services on the occasion of Republic Day. He has received a Certificate of Merit by the World's Customs Organization for rendering exceptional service to the international customs community. Before joining as Additional DGFT Mumbai, he has served as a Commissioner of GST in Belapur and Commissioner of Customs in Havashir at JNPT. He is presently working as Additional DGFT Zonal Office Mumbai and also having, as Shri AVPS Chakravarti said, he is also having an additional charge of SEEPS Mumbai as a Development Commissioner in addition to the responsibility of this Indian Institute of Packaging as a Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a big round of applause to welcome our Director Sir, Shri R.K. Mishra ji on stage. Sir, please.
This is my first visit to Hyderabad as Director IIP. I am very happy coming here. I see a galaxy of important personalities of the packaging industry. I was just introduced to Sri Gautam Buddha. I was very impressed by the name and the work that he has done, and I would love to interact with him during the course of the day. Sri Gautam Buddha, by order of seniority, and Sri Shankar Patel, the regional chairman, Sri Vagesh Dikshit, the chairman 2 days ago, who has demitted office after 3 years of great work done for IIP, Sri AVPS Chakravarti, Global Ambassador WPO, and a constant support to IIP in all their endeavors, Sri Nataraj, Deputy Director, who is running the Hyderabad IIP with the constraints of less manpower, and alumni of IIP who have achieved something good till now and are on the way to greatness. Participants in this national conference on packaging for sustainable and looking forward to the future growth for the planet that we inhabit, the blue planet that we have, especially in the food, pharma, and FMCG sector. My speech to you cannot throw much light on the national conference that is being organized, because that is the job of the experts. I am merely an administrator. I came to know of IIP's existence on 12th November 2022 when an order came from the Commerce Ministry that I am now director of IIP. And a day later, I had to make a presentation before the Commerce Minister. Remarkable job. I tried to discharge my duty in the 24 hours given. So you can imagine the role change that one has to undergo as a bureaucrat. And the problem with me is that I take my job very seriously in whichever capacity that the government has advised me to discharge functions. So not blowing too much of my own trumpet, I would come to the task that has been assigned to me. As Director IIP, my vision is that the institute's name and the outreach to the far corners of the country should be much more explicit and visible. And in that endeavor, I seek your cooperation. I'm very sad at times that an institute which has been created with so much of national resource in a not very rich country like India, when the government decides to apportion any amount of money from other priorities to a particular institute, then it is the bounden duty of everybody connected with that institute, be it the students, the alumni, the faculty, the stakeholders in terms of industry which interact with that institute, because we are a very industry interactive institute, and the users, plus the media and anybody who is concerned with the growth of India to become a developed country by 2047, as per the vision of our Prime Minister. We will be failing miserably if we do not come together and put all our energy together to take care of the only institute which is of a national level in your sector. And put your hand on your heart and ask yourself what you have done for increasing your institute. This is a national institute. This is not my institute. This is an institute of the country. If somebody asks in Japan or Korea, what is the National Institute of Packaging, then the name of IIP will be taken. There may be some other institutes which are offering some courses, but the character cannot come. So when I say this, I am a director for the last 1 year and a month now, on 12th of December. I would suggest that all of us, apart from whatever topics that are going to be discussed, because that is very important for the growth of your sector or your industry, you will take this industry forward. About the industry, I have to say that I have only admiration for this industry, the kind of words that Sri Chakravarti spoke. I was about to add to them, except that the negativities that are being projected about the single plastics are banned, so we have to, as an industry, gather our resources and come to an understanding how to tackle this situation. IIP is in the process of building a world-class laboratory. It is called world-class laboratory as a project itself, approved by the government. The government is going to spend 106 crore rupees of the hard-earned taxpayers' money on that world-class laboratory, and the plan is to create this infrastructure, 6-story building in IIP Mumbai, Andheri, Mumbai, and that should be functional in 2025. So this is totally funded by the Government of India. So one can appreciate, you have never heard of such a project earlier, I'm sure about it. So you can see the kind of high vision and the growth trajectory that the government has in its sight. And if all of us come together, then this vision can see the light of the day. So let me get back to the original concept that I was discussing, that IIP centers in the states, they need support from the stakeholders, because this is a user industry based institute, We do training and education activities, and those are increasing of late, but the sustenance would come from the consultancy and the R&D that we do for you, and we do it together, apart from the testing that we perform for you for the UN dangerous goods packaging, as well as the other testings. So the three verticals that we are looking at, there the role of the industry in providing employment to the well-qualified packaging technologists who are passing out from this institute, as well as using the resources for R&D and consultancy purposes. The government is now in the process of coming out with a book. Government means IIP will be providing the inputs, but it will be a Government of India publication in that sense, of the kind of interactions we have had with the industry. So when I met Mr. Nataraj at the airport, he shouldn't have come there with the crutch that he is carrying, but he came all the same. So on the way I was discussing that, what are the success stories where IIP has touched your life? So by the end of the day, if some of you could come forward and tell me what exactly, how exactly IIP has helped you, maybe as a student, as a stakeholder, as an industry, whichever way, I would be personally very happy, because your testimonials can end up in that publication. So that is one of the points which I had in mind when I boarded the flight this morning in Mumbai, an early morning flight, to be in time for this meeting. The second would be, if there have been some collaborations with the industry where we have done good work for you. Look, the bad work travels very fast. The problem in life is your bad things are popularized by your friends mainly, and sometimes by your enemies. We can reverse the order at times. That was a small joke that I cracked with a serious face. The point is, the good word does not travel far unless it is propagated again and again. And let that not be a lie, because a lie can also be propagated again and again to convert to a truth. But that's not what I'm aiming at. I'm aiming at the good work that we may have done that should be brought to the notice of the public, which has sponsored the institute. You may take me as a salesman of the institute right now, but as a director, that role comes on me willy-nilly. Therefore, I am trying to do it. The second part is that the educational resources that are available to the institute, those are not being utilized well. So what you can do together, I have had a plan of organizing college students' visits to the institutes across the country. So we have institutes already in the 4 metros and Hyderabad. Bangalore will be inaugurated hopefully this month, December 2023, or in January, depending on the situation. And IIP has opened a new center in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, which is the most populous state of the country, where the UP government has given all the resources for opening that institute. Because now the government's fundamental of functioning is that we need to finance ourselves by our own resources. So I'm looking for those resources. And as far as resources are concerned, when I look at Indian Institute of Technology, and the one alumni giving 1,800 crore rupees as a gift to the IIT Bombay, where I studied for some time. And then I look at IIP, I feel a bit sad, because we share the initial 2 words, Indian Institute. Off also, 3 words. Only technology and packaging are 2 different words. So I am looking at some successful IIP alumni. One lady there I was introduced to, and one gentleman there, and 2 more in the crowd. More maybe. So I appeal to your generous heart and generous mind for coming forward to helping your institute in becoming better and bigger. Now, this appeal to you will not come from me face to face again and again, but I welcome you to join the workforce. And Sri Shekhar Ambedkar, where are you, Shekhar? Shekhar, I would suggest that we create a small group of on WhatsApp or wherever, where I also become part of it, just to tell them again and again, hammer the message. Your help will go a long way in helping a needy student somewhere, because for the first time last year, our institute started some kind of scholarship for some needy students in IIP. Now, those ideas which I brought to the fore in IIP as director have been supported by the governing body. Shri Vagish Dikshit was the chairman of IIP. Shri Chakravarti was a member of the governing body. And I'm very happy with the support that it is generating. But support with the limited resources can yield limited results. You should not take me as a whining person who has come only to crib and to cringe and do the things like that. But I'm presenting to a very educated audience the ground situation and the expectation that I have from you. You may have some expectations from me as a director of the institute, which we'll talk about later. But presently, I'm presenting the facts to you so that you appreciate the kind of constraints under which I function. I have a vision of increasing the workforce by 4 times in the coming 1 or 2 years, for which the government's approval are required. I have initiated a process of a small amount, 2 crore rupees, but all the machines which are not really testing equipments and training equipments, which are not really overhauled for the last 10 years or 12 years. I've taken the approval of the governing body for overhaul within the next 2-3 months, 4 months by March 2024, so that the machines which are there are utilized well. If we have machines which are not functioning, then that's a drain on the resources. It is just for the record that we have a machine if it is not functioning. So the agenda is very clear that we need manpower, we need technology, we need machines which are functioning, and then this world-class laboratory, when that is functioning, then I need trained technologists. So at that point of time, whoever is there, if they are willing to come forward and providing good resources or coming themselves to help out the institute, this is a transition period, from an institute of this level to an institute of that level. So if we do something in the next 1 year or 2 years very well, we may succeed in creating a brand equity for IIP, which it deserves. Merely being called the second oldest institute of packaging in the world is not sufficient. We have to have the heft, the strength, and the material to provide the backbone for that. And I have an intention, although I hope that I am no longer director IIP very soon, but whatever be the situation, my support to whoever is there in IIP, because we will celebrate our Diamond Jubilee in 2026. The only request from the IIP personnel I have made is, I will like to visit IIP in the Diamond Jubilee celebration because I have been your director for some time. So that is my personal ambition. And at that point of time, with the world-class laboratory having been functional, with the idea of 4 times more manpower having been approved and recruited and trained manpower being there, and most importantly, the government is very keen that our student output increases by 10 times. Now that's a very ambitious thing for any institute. Now for that a committee has been formed by the government and we are deliberating on that. So I have told again and again in the meetings that what we require is the teachers, the faculty, the employees, then the students can be serviced well. We cannot depend on only guest faculty for every lecture that is delivered. Some basic training will have to be given by in-house people. So in that direction only this program of increasing the workforce of IIP that I am working at. So this is my plan. Lucknow IIP will see the light of the day in an independent building sponsored by the UP government very soon. Even the capital goods and equipment will be provided by UP government. So that was negotiated with the UP government in a period of 2 weeks in the month of June 2023. So the speed with which this government and the current governments are functioning is totally different. Now it is up to the people of the country, and people includes the industry people, to rise to the occasion and put forward that step, which together all of us can carry the day. In this regard, whatever ideas you have, I am going to share my number as well as my email ID, Shekhar. For those who care, they may note down. You can announce that in some time. Anybody who has an idea, I take all my calls and somebody will respond to those ideas on emails also. So I would advise you, come forward, tell us how we can help you better, because this industry requires a research and development institute. This industry requires people who will be providing consultancy to you. And this industry requires an institute which can provide trained manpower. because the growth of packaging industry is in double digits. In no other industry of this country, we have a consistent double-digit growth. So in that manner, unless you have trained manpower, your growth will be stunted at some point of time. Be it packaging machines manufacturing, technologists for that, or packaging machines users for that, or packaging designs. By the way, this world-class laboratory will have a full-fledged packaging studio and packaging design laboratory as well. So when we thought of world-class laboratory, the idea was to really make it a world-class laboratory, and therefore you wouldn't have heard of a lab being created for packaging only for 100 crore rupees. That includes a construction cost also, by the way, and Mumbai is an expensive city. But even then, the capital goods which will be there will be around 60 crore rupees worth of goods only. So we are looking at a very, very good picture, provided all those ideas that I have spoken about are brought on the ground, and for which we need very, very solid hard work. Determination is not enough. It's hard work, the legs and the hands that I require. And therefore, I'm appealing to you as good people of this industry to wake up and think about what you can do for us. If I'm strong as an institute, the industry will benefit. I have no doubt about it. Coming to the topics, I'm very impressed by this AI thing, which is I have missed out. I will take the presentation and go through it. My advice is only one. We should do something which changes the landscape. The one drawback or kind of shortcoming that I have observed, because I have courtesy IIP, I have also been part of the APF meeting in Bangkok. What I am observing is we are not strong on a new material for packaging. So we are harping on this flexi plastics and everything that is happening. A time has come when new materials have to be used. There is a lot of agricultural residue that is in this country. Some research is required or some idea should be floated where IIP can do some research. We have some people who are PhD and who have done good work in packaging itself. I have broached this subject with them also. The point I'm trying to make is, we talked about AI. I was listening to a speech by Steve Jobs in 1985. He was very young at that point of time. Who has seen that video? Okay, two of you, so you are already aware. He talked about AI in 1985 when he was a young man, and he said that a day will come when you can ask Aristotle what exactly he thought and why exactly he wrote what he wrote. He was talking about AI, and that on those days, Macintosh was there. It was a very primitive computer. Even your mobile phone of not very smart nature are stronger and more competent than those computers of Macintosh that were there. So a vision of a person of 1985, when nobody had talked about internet also at that point of time. Intranet was, I think, talked about, but internet was not there. It came in 1993. So in that sense, among you, if somebody thinks about future and a material of packaging which is light and which is environment friendly, which creates value for the economy, and if you can move in that direction, that will really bring a sea change in the attitude of people towards packaging also. Because when doctors discovered those self-dissolving sutures, that changed the scope of operations that were happening, because you don't have to go to the doctor again for taking out those stitches. I'm just giving example how the technology or a new material can change the landscape of what exactly that industry is up to. So, and 3D printing, as development commissioner in Santa Cruz Export Promotion Zone for Electronics, that's a separate charge. We have just installed again a very big project of roughly 90 crores, where the government has created a mega customer facilitation center for jewelry design. Now that's a massive thing which is going to be inaugurated either in December or January. We are in the last phase of that operation. I happen to be part of that while that project is being completed. I'm very happy being there right now, where we have a 3D printer where ceramic will go inside, and we took out that machine throughout a spider of a very intricate nature where all the joints were there and it was polished, and there is a metal printer where the gold will be put in and the gold design as per the 3D design will come out. So we are reaching the stage where your packaging materials can be printed on a 3D printer also. I don't know what is the development in the 3D printing technology for packaging right now, but those of you who are technologically aware and who want to do something about it should start thinking in those directions. And that may have some impact of negative nature on the manpower, but believe me, manpower is never a problem. When computers came in railways, there was a hue and cry in the country. People said that railwaymen will lose their jobs. I don't see railwaymen losing their jobs. The only benefit is that our tickets are reserved. If those of you who are older generation who have lost their hair, they would remember that they had to stand before a station master and request him send a telegram to another station saying that I want a return ticket in Punjab Mail or whichever train. Those days of misery are over, and we can book our tickets from the comforts of our home in no time. So as technology comes in, employment or economy grows, and that takes care of everybody's welfare. And remember that if our packaging becomes more efficient, as Sri Chakravarti mentioned, our wastage will reduce. We continue to be a middle or low middle income economy even now, although we have very high ambitions which we'll achieve very soon. But any wastage is a crime. And food grain wastage is definitely a crime against humanity. So whatever we can do together to minimize, I cannot say that it should be totally stopped. That may not be a possibility in near future. But if we can do anything to create more efficient packaging so that the food grain does not get degraded and reaches the destination wherever it is to be converted to wheat, flour, or whatever it is, that will be a service to the economy and the humanity as well. So think about avenues where you can contribute. It may not bring riches to you or wealth to you, but remember, I met an actor on the flight today, and I spoke to him and I said that, do you remember the name of your great-grandfather? Who of you remembers the name of his great-great-grandfather? Great-great-grandfather, 6 generations ago. ग्रेट-ग्रैंडफादर से 1 जनरेशन 2 जनरेशन और ऊपर जाते हैं. अगर आपको याद है तो आप बहुत महान हैं. I'm sorry, then you are great in that sense. I don't remember. And do you know about his life? What kind of life he led? What struggles he had? What successes he had? No. So the only thing that people will remember is the good thing that you have done. If you have done good things, you will go to the next world as a happy man. That's what I believe. And you will leave something good behind. So nobody knows what happens afterwards. But still, the idea is to do something which creates a good space, brings a smile on your face, on the face of a neighbor, stranger, maybe the whole of humanity. Like Gandhiji brought a smile on the face of the Indians. If we were not independent, not only Gandhiji, but many of his generation, but I'm just giving a representation. If we were not independent, I wouldn't be making this speech. Some British would be making this speech, right? So we change and we impact and we get impacted. I may be sounding like a philosopher. With other packaging stakeholders, maybe it can throw something positive for us to go forward and create better days for the economy and packaging industry. I'm very sanguine about it. I'm very hopeful. I wish you all the best. I have taken a longer time than I anticipated initially, but a few thoughts came to my mind which I wanted to share with you. And I must tell you that you should stand united and together in this endeavor to create better days ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, an insightful address and appeal. And with this appeal today and being the driving force of the Institute, we are sure that we are going to be world class very soon with the help of the industry and alumni. Moving towards the first session for the day and the fourth session for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware, in the relentless pursuit of propelling business growth, our commitment to sustainable packaging becomes paramount. Today, FMCG industry being pivotal influencers for the day-to-day life of every human being, it bears a unique responsibility, and hence we have introduced the next session, which talks about challenges in packaging for FMCG towards future planet. To chair this session, I would like to request our former chairman and Managing Director for Alpla India and Chief Engagement Officer for Alpla Group, Shri Vagish Dixit ji, to kindly lead this session. But before I call upon Shri Vagish Dixit ji, I would like to give a small brief about Shri Vagish Dixit ji, who is not only here, but he is well-known, popular, famous in the entire part of the world. However, Alpla India has grown to be one of the largest plastics companies in India with an impressive growth and plethora of technological advancement introducing in Indian market, some of which are the global leaders. Mr. Dixit is a part of global management team of Alpla and supporting some of the key relationships of Alpla in Asia and other geographies. Apart from his passion for business, Mr. Dixit is very active in social service also. He is the president of Roundtable India, a fellowship and charity organization for young professionals, and also headed a World Council of Service Club as their Secretary General for 3 years. Mr. Dixit is also a member of Young Presidents Organization, a global leadership forum for leading business leaders. He is currently on the board of YPO Gold South Asia and chairman of CII, sir. And he is also a former chairman of Indian Institute of Packaging and member of governing body, Indian Institute of Packaging. And I had also mentioned 2 days prior that his special quality, and he accepts all your social media requests. If you would like to see, he's one of the best quality, that he's one of the best wildlife photographer. You can see his clicks on his social media account. So he is kind enough to accept all our friend requests. Shri Vagish Dixit ji, may I request you to kindly take charge of the stage and begin the proceeding of the next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before I address this gathering, may I request Shri Bachcha Nayak, Senior Manager Packaging R&D and Sustainability in Procter & Gamble, to please join us on the dais. Please give him a big round of applause. May I request also Shri Rajesh Muruganti Garu to join us on the stage. Rajesh ji, General Manager from ITC. Thank you very much for joining us. And may I request Shri Kiran Kumar Garu, Director, CIPET, to join us from the stage. Thank you. So the topic for today, challenges, I would add the word and opportunities in packaging for FMCG towards future planet. But before I go to the subject, may I take this opportunity once again to warmly welcome our Director of IIP, Shri Mishra ji. Thank you very much for coming. Your words were very, very deeply stirring, and mobilizing and energizing. And thank you for treating IIP, we felt, as your primary responsibility amongst the plethora of responsibilities that you hold, especially your DGFT responsibility, which is very, very, I'm sure, time-consuming, and apart from that, various other responsibilities. I was there. You talked about 24 hours. Actually, it was not 24 hours, it was 14 hours. You received charge at 5 or 6 or 7 in the evening, and next morning we were together, and through the night, you had quite an amazing update on IIP, and as somebody who's been associated for not as long as AVPSG or others, barely 10 years, I was pleasantly surprised and happy to have met you the very next day, and I must share with the rest that we share a bond now, which will certainly not end with my chairmanship, and I don't feel it's a one-year relationship. I get a feeling as if I've known you for 10, 15 years, so I thank you for this. AVPSG, our global ambassador for WPO, we had our AGM and GB, and I mentioned, as did he, that we go back 30 years, and undoubtedly he's one of the tallest leaders in packaging and one of the most committed. People take up leadership positions, but the Kal Chakra of life is so compelling that understandably they do their bit during the time they are involved, and then they find it very difficult to commit their time and energy. But AVPSG, jaisa ki you have made us feel as if IIP is your primary responsibility, Mishra ji. AVPSG makes the whole packaging fraternity feel that his contribution to packaging fraternity is his primary responsibility. And I am known for speaking what I really believe in. If I don't believe in, I just smile. So whatever I have spoken is something I deeply believe in. Shankar Patel ji, Chairman for Hyderabad and the newly elected governing body member day before yesterday. Your commitment to IIP for the decade that I have known you is unparalleled, and your innovations in your professional life are absolutely laudable. Nagaraj ji, our head of IIP Hyderabad, he may be walking physically on clutches, but he is soaring in on 40,000 feet in the air without any devices supporting him. That is the energy and enthusiasm that I want to applaud him and Team IIP in Hyderabad. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. For me, I was IIP chair for Hyderabad for 6 years before I could finally find an able successor. So when it came to IIP at the national level, I was very clear that after 3 years, I will not wait for 1 minute more. And I'm glad that we have an able successor and an amazing team that has taken over, and we will certainly follow the great path that has been supported by Mishra ji, and the future of IIP is certainly super bright. In the last 10 years of my association, I think IIP's GB members or the chairman may have met the Honorable Minister of Commerce, perhaps in 10 years, 4 times, before last year. In the last year, we have met him in various programs where IIP has been part of for at least 4 to 5 times. And he and the government have expressed great interest in the working of IIP, in multiplying IIP's ability to deliver not 300-400 connect points of amazing human beings who will transform India and the world, but how to take it up to thousands, how to go to the 500 plus districts and touch the life of lakhs of people. And this is very energizing. I will certainly do my best, and my nature is to do it below the radar, and I will continue to do that. And I have no doubt, the minute I've also mentioned this day before yesterday, wherever I go, I have such amazing experiences. I mentioned about meeting Bimal Lakhotia in Atlanta just last week, a tall leader from IIP, or the two gentlemen in Colgate, who are also, Devesh runs Colgate for North America. And then his lieutenant is handling toothbrushes for the whole world. And then Shriman Banerjee is running pharma company globally. We have other eminent examples. Nandlal Tiwari, Kenvue's global head of supply chain, not even packaging. So there are, I can tell you, last week in Hyderabad, we had the ex-director of Unilever, who now runs a company called Packfora, which is a great thought idea. It's a first packaging innovation consulting company. And Muthu, who was director in Unilever, has started this. He has at least 1 dozen IIPians as part of his team, and he had brought his own whole leadership team to Hyderabad. I had organized to take him to my company and also to open our R&D center, to open our design center, things that we want to do in IIP, some of us are doing in real life. And I was so excited. I told him, in you, I see what my organization, your alma mater, IIP, is capable of doing. So I applaud all of you for your amazing contribution over decades. And you mentioned about various tall leaders in this room. So please accept my applause. Moving to the subject at hand, before I request the three eminent speakers, we had to excuse Shri Narendra Parchuri, CEO of Pragati Offset, because of some food poisoning late last night. The topic was challenges in packaging for FMCG towards future planet. I would amend it to challenges and opportunities. And I've been associated with FMCG for now 37 years. So I think there is a term called Behta Pani Nirmala. The water that stagnates is bad for one and all. The one which flows is good. And so in every facet of life, including packaging, the Behta Pani is more in the thought processes, challenging the status quo, and looking at what can we do better. So when I was a student of, as an MBA student in Chicago in 1984, that time was the time when the 4 Ps of marketing were very prominent: product, price, place of distribution, and promotion. It was 5 years back that at a global program, I said the 5th P, and I wasn't the first, there are many more who have told before, is packaging. And I have personal examples in the Indian domain. देखिए क्या है, विलायत के विषय में बात करना is too far away and people lose interest. So when I give you 2-3 examples in Indian context with which all of us can connect, then we know transformation is possible at home. A company like Jhandu Balm in 2007 used to sell 3 crore Jhandu Balms, and they were having 100% duplication, which means if they were selling 3 crore, various people in Ullasnagar and here and there, all the way to Bihar. So they had one factory, the duplicators had 20 different. They were selling also 3 crore. And when I met the owner in those days, 2007, तो वो बोले भाई ये मैच्योर्ड इंडस्ट्री है, इसमें मैंने कहा मैच्योर्ड इंडस्ट्री नहीं है, ये तबाह हो चुकी है, इसमें बदलाव की जरूरत है. And what did we do? Out of India, automotive industry had bi-injection cube technology where you could make the lamps in multicolor in one equipment, and only one company in the world, which was Foboha, had the technology for making those lamps on the tooling side. And there was a company, Milacron Germany, who could make the machines. So we went to them and said, we want to use this idea in packaging. They said, we can help, but we have no guarantees. So enthusiasm came from Team India. Our company was that time 50 crore in turnover. मैं background दे रहा हूँ to make the right connection. 50 crore की company, globally we were $1 billion, euro even. तो हमारे global लोगों ने कहा ये idea अच्छा है, why not try? Long story short, we designed a bi-injection cube technology Jhandu balm jar. We spent 1.5 crore with no obligation. चल गया, आपको पसंद है, तो आप ये सिर्फ piloting, trials, not production. Then you have to pay us for our development and then we go for production. Thankfully, the project seemed successful. It took us 1 year. Then we needed to make molds and machines worth 20 crore of molds and 20 crores of machine for a 50 crore company. Bhai Sahab, when we launched this, they were tracking a growth of 10%, not per year, per month. And in 6 months, this 200 crore company was acquired by Imami for 1200 crore. 1200 crore. और गिरीश भाई जो उसके एमडी हैं वो आज भी मेरे को दिवाली पे मीठा बेचते हैं, तो बहुत मेरे को उनका भी वो है. And today you will be surprised that 3 crore containers has moved to 40 crore containers, and this technology is the only reason, because duplicators went out. The shelf throw, first moment of truth, as PNG mentions, transformed the pack. Vicks Vaporub used to sell 10 lakhs. We have Srivacha ji here. Today it sells 40 lakhs. Okay, which means barely 5 crore. Of course, I also have very deep relationship with Procter. So they said we are in the cold rub category, not in the pain relief category. So कहने का तात्पर्य है कि एक देसी कंपनी झंडू बाम ने बदलाव किया. उसके बाद हॉर्लिक्स में क्यूब टेक्नोलॉजी आई 2009 when we launched Horlicks. Only then an international company like Procter and Unilever used it in 2010-11. So we can do badlav sitting in India, work with other people, stakeholders, but don't be afraid, be confident. This was my personal experience, and since then till now, there are at least 10, and today we are 1500 crore. Out of 1500 crore, 700 crore business is such that did not exist. They are all out of innovation. So my belief is we can transform, and jo bhi kaam hai na, if it doesn't impact society, it is a waste of time. It must be safe, affordable and attractive. तो safe ग्लास टूटता था, प्लास्टिक टूटता नहीं था. अफोर्डेबल था, वो 1.5-2 रुपए का ग्लास का जार हुआ करता था, प्लास्टिक 80 पैसे का था. एंड अट्रैक्टिव था, शेल्फ पे पिक मी अप. तो ये मैं आपको 15 एग्जांपल्स ऐसे और दे सकता हूं, वक्त नहीं है तो आई विल अवॉइड. इन टुडेज कंडीशन व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट चैलेंजेस, जैसा मिश्रा जी ने कहा कि देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ फोकस ऑन प्लास्टिक्स एज अ विलन. आई जस्ट हैड अ keynote speech yesterday in Bombay. We had a few hundred people, and that was more focused on plastics, and maybe at some other time it was very well received, and also in IPMA. Our position is plastic is fantastic. It has caused 30 people to get Nobel Prizes between 1950 to 1970 itself. मुझे एक बता दीजिए जिसको विस्की बनाने के लिए नोबेल प्राइज मिला हो, या सिगरेट पिलाने के लिए, या लाइट ड्रग्स बनाने के लिए. I have researched. I couldn't find one example of getting a Nobel Prize for these things. And yet people in packaging feel as if they are criminals. We are proud members of society. We contribute to the society and we contribute to the future. So from that point of view, if we look at challenges and opportunities, we stand on feet of pride. This is very important. But as we move forward, on the packaging side, whether it is flexible, we have Uflex. Please give them a round of applause for being our principal sponsors. And here, I would also like to share with Mishra ji that Uflex ke jo adhipati hain Shri Chaturvedi ji, he is a tall leader not in India, globally. He is a person who has started from very humble beginnings, and today that company is worth 20,000-30,000 crores of turnover. And this gentleman, he is known all over the world. And we need such people to also be introduced to the IIP and that's another subject, but so flexibles, rigids, paper, we talk about 4 R's. And yesterday we were discussing reduce, recycle, reuse and recover. And I was with the Director General of CIPET, I was mentioning Shri Sinha ji. He said there is a 5th R. And it's a thought that really resonated. The 5th R is to reimagine. And therefore, that is the job for all of us when we look at challenges. How do we reimagine in this whole process? I want to complete my opening comments on some of the very interesting points that Mishra ji brought out about कि material science में काफ़ी कुछ आवश्यकता है ना? आप जब अभी बैंकॉक का आपने रेफरेंस दिया in the Asian, so here much needs to be done, but what is very interesting is that much is being done and is in process. So if we have the chance to hear our friends in UFlex, I am sure they will say that we now have biodegradability, recyclability, but I join him in saying in 5 to 10 years, this world will have biodegradable materials which are economically sanguine. I say this because his company has spent millions of dollars. For a quiet company like Alpla, which is family owned, nobody knows about it, we have spent 100 million euro just to develop PLA based biodegradable material. It is already in the market called Panara in Europe. We are making coffee capsules with this. हर चीज की शुरुआत छोटी होती है and it is not compostable, it is biodegradable. आप कॉफी पी लीजिए और आप जानते हैं यूरोप में यूएस में कॉफी कैप्सूल्स बिलियंस की बिकती हैं and because to support it we even packed coffee in it. That's not our business and we are doing some 30, 40, 50 million. You throw it, it will dissolve in 7 to 10 days. This is already happening. Bagasse based materials, sir, you are not in packaging for more than 1 year, but you are talking as a thought leader in packaging. My compliments to you, Mishra ji. Bagasse based packaging is something that excites a lot of us who are without hair, but with a lot of intent. 60 में भी एनर्जी 30 साल वाली आ जाती है जब बगास की बात सुनते हैं या वेस्ट मटेरियल्स की बात सुनते हैं. These have lot of opportunities. We are already working a lot, and so are others, with ocean-based plastics and so many other things. Lastly, when we talk about future planet, तो ये सब जो 4 R's है ना, ये आज के planet के हैं. Future planet के लिए बदलाव चाहिए. How do we think anew? How do we think about the whole ecosystem? So, for example, now we are talking about dye packs. Again, our friends from UFlex are here. I fill Lifebuoy for Unilever. I produce. Lifebuoy का hand soap मैं बनाता हूँ among dye pack flexible 21 gram for 750 ml. I'm just sharing statistics. We have been able to develop a mono layer, ultra thin, extrusion blown format, completely recyclable, up to 50% or 100% PCR at 18 grams. It has been launched in Europe with Susanna Kaufmann, and we are under trials because we don't need to replace one but the other. Everyone has space. Every business has space. There is space for paper, there is space for, but you need thinking. When we started working on it 6 years back, everyone said they're not possible. Useless बातें हैं, मत करिए. And we are in process. मैं आपको announce कर दूं आज कि sachet का replacement के लिए मैं personally 4 साल से लगा हुआ हूं for an alternate option because market is big, billions. But for some markets, we are talking about boucher. इसका भी नामकरण मेरा ही है. It is already registered. We have various IPRs on this. Between bottle and sachet, boucher. 25 gram bottle for 2.7 gram weight. Fully recyclable, 100% PCR. But it cannot be blown and sold. So we have done integrated line. We have spent 450 crores in Silvassa to set up a line, and by now Unilever has adopted it. उन्होंने 20 रुपए का शैम्पू लॉन्च किया है 50 ml का, जो हमने बनाया है, और वो असंभव था without this integration and ultra thing. So why I am saying these examples? Because I am sure tremendous examples will come out of the woodworks. We have pharma people here, we have FMCG. It is requiring reimagination that Sinhaji mentioned, and look into the future to do some crazy thing. But most importantly, we have to enjoy what we do. ऐसा होना चाहिए कि सुबह से चालू किया और रात हो गई और लगा कि यार रात हो गई, अब तो कल तक वेट करना पड़ेगा. And there are a lot of young IIPians. Don't get caught into looking at this as a work or as a job. ये आपका मिशन है दुनियादारी में, क्योंकि जैसा इन्होंने बताया कि कोई अपने परदादा को याद नहीं रखता है, तो जो कर रहे हो ना, only you will remember. I told my children, in parting I am saying, when I set up my company, I said I am not doing this for you. ये स्वन्तः सुखाय है, ये मैं अपने लिए कर रहा हूँ. तुम कुछ करना चाहो, इसके साथ जुड़ना चाहो, तो अपने लिए करो. Because at the end, all of us will be dust. What will be remembered? The good work that we do. So with these opening comments, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Check. So as I mentioned, may I first introduce to you a very old friend of mine, whose career I have been watching with imminent interest. Shri Bachcha ji has been an alumni of IIP, and he has received the PNG Global CEO India Star and part of the India Star and World Star experiences, and has worked on unpacking the power of exceptional consumer experience through sustainable innovation and cost-effective ideas for the last 15 years. In these last 15 years, I have seen him grow from an eager young professional to a leader. So I applaud you, sir. And I think you mentioned about my photography interest. His keen interest in his free time is to cook and to spend time with his 8-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son, who's, this was a COVID baby, so I remember this also. So I give you Shri Bachcha Nayak ji to address the gathering. Please give him a big round of applause. Should we move out?
No, I need the presentation.
Sorry? Yeah, the presentation is here, so we will move the chairs.
Okay.
We are a flexible organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hybiz ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chakravarti sir. Thank you, Natarajan sir. And thank you, Sekhar sir, for the opportunity to speak in this forum. So I have 2 role models. I will say 3 role models sitting here: Hybiz ji, and Chakravarti sir, and Sekhar sir. So, sir, Chakravarti sir, from you I learned how to speak in forum like this. So you actually directly and indirectly inspired me. And Hybiz ji, you inspired me how to continuously do innovations. So whenever he comes to our company and presents something, his presentation is totally different. Okay, so I would like to say, like, if you want to grow in your life, you have to make role models. So I will say Hybiz ji is my role model, and Chakravarti sir is my role model, even Sekhar sir also. And as I said, you follow your role model. I keep on following Vagizi. What is he doing actually? Why he's bringing so many innovation? One thing he mentioned is like he's a wildlife photographer. Sir, I also started doing this wildlife photography. So I was there 8 days in world's second mangrove forest with a Kanika for 8 days. 3-4 nights I spent in a boat watching these fishing cats, kingfishers. I will connect why I'm telling all these stories, which is irrelevant to this packaging forum, but I will tell. Okay, and spend time in Chilka Lake watching birds and all. So my topic today is biomimicry. I will speak more about this later stage. Let me introduce myself in detail. So I'm Sibacha Naik, graduate in physics and postgraduate in packaging technology. And you can see my wife Sasmita, daughter Arya, and son 2 years old son Vedic. So I got many awards: World Star, Asia Star, India Star, CEO awards, about innovation award. And my hobbies are traveling, skydiving. I'm not doing much, a long time back, and cooking. I also started this wildlife photography nowadays. Okay, so I will give you one example. So what is biomimicry? So Aju sir, you mentioned Steve Jobs. Same Steve Jobs in 2011 said that the biggest innovation of 21st century will be the integration of biology and technology. So I will give you 2 examples how we actually got inspiration from nature and solved few of the problems. First one is this bullet train. So when it was designed, the shape was not like this. It was like a bullet. So when it passed through a tunnel, you know, tunnel is filled with air, and it pushed the air outside, and that created a big boom sound. And you know, this Japanese, they are very, very disciplined. They won't like this sound. Nearby villages, they won't like this sound coming. So they challenge their engineer, you have to fix this problem or you don't run this train in our countryside. So like how to solve this problem? So the one of the engineer, he was a wildlife photographer, and he found this particular bird, kingfisher. While fishing, he will not make any flash in the water. He will just dive, take the fish, and come out. So I actually observed that during my exploration. I was actually observing a same common kingfisher, and it was without a face. In my frame, it was without a face, and within 2 seconds, even less than 2 seconds, suddenly I found a fish in its beak. Means that fast it is. Okay, and they actually redesigned the shape of the train, just like the kingfisher beak, and solved the problem, which made the train 10% faster and saved almost 15% less electricity. Now I'll go to another example. You know Velcro, right? Everybody know Velcro? Okay. So this innovation, this inspiration from nature or innovation actually found during a dog walk. So how many of you do dog walk? Have you came across this burr sticking to your fabric, pant? Childhood days? Yes. Okay, same. Why it is sticking to your fabric? Because it wants to travel a distance to germinate itself. Okay, so it will find some animal or something, stick to the animal and travel some distance for germination. Okay, so why it is sticking to the fur? So if you put it under a microscope, you will find hooks. So I have an example of that Velcro. There are some bags there, black color bags. You will find Velcro there. So one side you will find hook. Other side is just a normal fabric. When both stick, it will just attach. Okay, so that is the innovation. This guy name in the center is George, French innovator. So during dog walk, he found this and he observed it under his microscope and found this correlation between this burr and its fabric, and then he invented this Velcro. Okay, I have another example. You know this bottle design, what it called? This particular design. This shape. Any guess? Okay. So it's called petaloid structure. And when actually, initially the carbonated drinks were into glass bottle, right? So they wanted to save cost, so that's why they wanted to move into plastic bottle that time. And when they designed the plastic bottle, due to internal pressure of the gas, it could not able to stand. Okay, so what they did, It's the history of their patent. What they did, they made another part, another plastic part, and they stuck to this. Okay, so that added extra cost, and whatever cost saving goal was there, that was under risk, no cost saving, because whatever the money they saved in moving from glass to plastic, that was compromised because of this additional operation, additional of plastic insert to make it stand on the cell, and that was not meeting the goal. They wanted to solve the problem. Sorry. They wanted to solve the problem, and how to solve the problem without adding any extra material. That inspiration also came from nature. Can you correlate this design, something in the nature? They got a patent for this particular design. It is now widely used in all carbonated drinks. I'll go to that. Okay, so we can take inspiration from nature. There are three areas. One is form, the process, and the system. I will explain what are these things. Okay, so I was asking you like this, where this petaloid structure came from. It's from capsicum. Capsicum is a hollow vegetable. It has this internal pressure, but it stands still. Okay, and there are many examples I have actually got from various sources. Second design is this spiral pattern inspired from alpine trees. So generally you will find this in very high altitude with snowfalls, heavy wind flow and all. But the tree, the particular tree stands straight because of its spiral structure. So some smart designer actually observed this and applied this spiral pattern in the bottle, and through this they actually reduced 7% of raw material and 250 tons of virgin raw material they saved per year. That is another one is EcoVerb. So you see the bottle pattern is little different. It's not a very regular pattern, and this particular pattern they actually inspired from these radiolarians and diatoms which you will generally find in the sea base, and applied this design and reduced almost 5 gram of weight from the bottle. Then another one is the Danone bottle, and you can see the spiral pattern that was inspired by European EV, and which is 23% lighter, and they saved 493 tons of raw material with 23% carbon emission reduction. And the last one is design inspired by water cascade. This bottle, 500 ml bottle, made with 27.5 gram. So, sir, you mentioned about innovation in new materials, and Vagisji mentioned about reimagine. So, how we will get all these things? So, we have nature. We can get inspiration from nature, and I will come to those areas and innovate something, new material, new structure, new systems. Okay. Now I will talk about, so previous slide was about forms of nature. We can get inspiration and reduce our bottle design, bottle weight. And my second one is system from nature. First example is this lotus leaf. You have seen, right, lotus leaf, when the water falls on it, it does not spread. It stays at one place. Any guess why it's that? Is there some special polymeric coating or some special coating for which the water is not spreading? Any guess?
Yeah, hydrophobic coating is there.
Okay, so everybody is like, there is some coating because of which it's not spreading. No, it is actually the structure. If you put it under a microscope, I have given one, this one here. You can see here. If you put this leaf under structure, you will find very, very minute pillars. And this pillar, it's not a flat surface. It's like minute pillars are there, which does not allow the water to spread because the angle of contact is very, very less. Okay, then how can we utilize this inspiration? So one company, this called Fusion Bionic from Germany, they actually developed this direct laser interface patterning. Right now, whatever the laser technology we have, it engraves line by line. Okay, it's a very, very time-consuming process, and we cannot wait that much of time. because I wanted to have this some kind of this same pattern in my packaging material, like the example I have given, the curd container, one side without any structure, the other side with structure. Because of this this particular lotus leaf structure, the curd is not sticking to the lid. Okay, but I, with the traditional technology I have, I cannot do this laser engraving line by line. It is commercially not possible. But they have developed this direct laser interface patterning. They have used many laser lights, and one go they just make the structure on the plastic film or the metal film. So this is one example. And second one is this company called Adaptive Surface. You know this pitcher plant, right? Yes. Okay. So we have studied in biology book. So when some insect will sit on the rim of this pitcher plant, it will fall. There is no way it can fly out. It will fall into this digestive liquid, area. So it's because if you put this under a microscope, you will find the structure of this pitcher plant something like this, like concave surface, and with some liquid, slippery liquid filled in it. Okay, because of which when the insect actually come in contact with this surface, it directly falls into it. So one smart guy, this company Adaptive Surface, they have actually inspired from this and developed something like this. I will show that. So one side is untreated, the other side is treated. Treated means they have, with some polymeric coating, they have made the concave surface and encapsulated some liquid into it. So this was inspired from this pitcher plant. Okay, duck. So same also I observed during my Chilka Lake exploration. So if you see the duck, it is always there in the water. It will dive, take the face, come out. But you won't find it wet. It is always dry. It will just dive into the water. After a few seconds, complete dry. How it is happening? What is the science behind it? So this company, Cellulotech, they actually understood that this particular duck having some fat content on the skin, and which is actually repelling the water. So they have developed some coating. So one side is treated, other side is untreated, other side is treated with the same fat layer. Okay. And the next one example is aero powder. So we have, in India, we have lot of chicken feathers, right, going waste. But this company, Aero Powder from UK, they have actually used some technology, and they are using this feather in insulation materials. Okay. Now another example of system from nature. So this particular packaging is made from seaweed. So this is a new advancement in material science. Packaging made from seaweed, which you can directly eat. You can directly consume it. No need to recycle, reuse. And this is my favorite one, Ecovative. So what is done here? I want to make a container out of some bio waste, like wood particles or some agriculture wastages. But how I need to bind it? I need a glue, right? Again, some chemical I have to use it. Why not use nature to bind this into in a kind of mold and make a container out of it? Okay. So what they are doing here? First they make a mold. In that mold, they fill this whatever agriculture waste into it and putting mycelium. Mycelium is the kind of I can say in the layman language, it's the root of mushroom. Okay, they put some mycelium into it and allow it to grow for like some days, 6 days, and they stop the growth, and you will get the container. I'll just play a video for your understanding. Is there no sound?
Mushrooms is the biological binder, the glue that holds our product together. Hemp hurd is a byproduct from the fiber hemp industry. What is normally discarded now has a purpose. our design team begins our manufacturing process with a render and quote for your custom shape. We then CNC your custom shape and thermoform the positive to make growth trays. Our hemp and mycelium blend are added to the growth trays to grow for 4 days. The packaging is removed from the trays and allowed to grow for 2 more days. Finally, your packaging is dehydrated for 1 day to disable future growth. Just like that, your mushroom packaging is grown to spec and ready to protect your product in shipment. Mushroom packaging is fully home compostable. Simply break up your packaging and add to the soil to decompose in 30 days.
Okay, this is from India, Greenport Lab, so a guy from IIT Chennai. So I will just tell you what is this actually. Take example of tomato. When tomato is kind of connected to the plant, it has its natural defenses from insects. And also the plant decide when to ripe the tomato, okay? So there is some kind of communication between the fruit and the mother plant, okay? But the moment we pluck it out, then it started, degrading, and then the insect attack. So this, some student from IIT Chennai, they actually kind of studied and understood what is the communication happening between the fruit and the plant, and they have designed kind of a sachet with all kind of those ingredients into it, and those ingredients will act like, that will decide when to ripe it, and that will protect the fruit from the insects and all. I'll just play a video.
The tomato on your counter, the lettuce in your fridge, the produce spilling out of buckets and shelves in kitchens and markets around the world is alive. When harvested, fruits and vegetables lose contact and communication with the plants on which they grew. But they don't die. They live for days, weeks, or even longer, making and breaking down chemicals and nutrients and responding to various aspects of their surroundings. What if instead of ignoring them, we worked with them, spoke their language, and helped them to take better care of themselves? The impact could be revolutionary. Currently, between 40 and 60% of all the produce that we grow spoils before we can eat it, especially in areas without developed cold storage facilities and processes, wasting half of humanity's harvest, while 1 billion people around the world face hunger every day. That high spoilage rate also represents 1/4 of our global freshwater supplies and a large amount of greenhouse gas emissions squandered on food that is never consumed. But the key to preventing that spoilage could be in the living cells of the harvested fruits and vegetables themselves. Whole plants have many natural built-in defense mechanisms, producing and responding to chemical cues to fight off microbes and insects. When parts are detached and removed, they lose critical lines of communication with the parent plant. A company called Green Pod Labs is devising a way to harness the unique natural signaling substances of different fruits and vegetables and capture them in small sachets that can be placed in crates of specific produce. There, the compounds gradually rise into the air, taking over the role of the parent plant in sending signals that those living fruits and vegetables read loud and clear. They trigger any number of chemical or physical responses. Some control the opening of breathing pores. Some lessen the production of gases that encourage ripening. And some reduce the production of enzymes that decompose cell walls, slowing down the ripening and spoiling process. Other plant extracts in the sachets activate a natural immune system response that resists attacks by microbes. Current methods of keeping produce fresh often rely on energy-intensive refrigeration and highly coordinated transportation schedules. Green Pod Lab sachets work at ambient temperatures, keeping food fresh even in areas without access to cold storage and cold supply chain facilities. And since they contain natural ingredients and don't leave any residue, they don't have detrimental impacts on the safety or nutritional value of the produce. Initial tests show that the sachets can extend the shelf life of the first targeted fruits and vegetables by 40 to 60%. And since each type of fruit and vegetable has its own unique defense mechanism, the company continues to investigate the unique signals of other food-producing plants. With so much fresh food produced all around the world, hunger.
So first, I spoke about structures from nature, the systems from the nature, and now I'm talking about process from nature. This is one example. I need to be a little quick because of the time.
Plastics are made of repeating units of
This is
molecules
about
called monomers,
biodegradable plastic.
which are bonded together to form long, sturdy chains called polymers. Organisms of all kinds produce enzymes that can break down complex molecular chains like these, precisely shaped to fit into the bonds between monomers. They catalyze chemical reactions that unlock the bonds and break the chain back into separate links. Even the plastics humans produce are able to be broken down this way by microbes. But it's a really slow process. The microbes can attack only the surface of the plastics, and the polymer chains are bound so tightly together that only a few bonds are exposed for the enzymes to reach. To help things along, humans could add enzymes directly to plastic so they're ready to help break it down when the time comes. But the high heat and pressures of the manufacturing process can damage the sensitive enzymes before they're able to do their work. To overcome this obstacle, scientists at Entropic Materials have learned from another amazing aspect of how life works. Inside organisms, specialized molecules called chaperone proteins fit together with enzymes to switch them on or move them where they need to be. Entropic Materials mimics this approach to chaperone enzymes through the plastic production process inside protective biodegradable covers. The covers keep the enzymes from breaking when the plastic is melted and extruded to form sheets or other shapes. But they don't keep the enzymes from doing their job when the plastic's useful life has ended. So, when the plastic is exposed to
All right, so what should be, this is my last slide, what should be your biomimicry design approach? So first you have to define your problem, like I have given one example here, how to monitor temperature of product or freshness during shipping, storage, or processing. So that's our problem, okay? Then biologize, look into the nature and find out how actually nature doing that. Then discover. Example is this banana. You see, it changes its color from green to yellow to black. So you know when it is green, it's not ripe. And yellow, you can use it, but when it is changing its color to black, you have to throw it out. You cannot use it. So you can take the inspiration from this, and you find this, right? Time, temperature, indicator used in pharmaceutical industries to find out whether the product is exposed to high temperature or not because of the change in color of the label from white to red. Okay, thank you. So I have one last question. I'll just go back to my first slide. Last question, after that I'll stop it. Okay, so I have given one structure here in my first slide. The bee and the structure. Can I know like where this particular structure is used in packaging? Honey. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very, very enlightening and very, very energizing talk. Highly technical, but highly relevant. And I'm glad that your wildlife passion takes into a productive orbit of packaging. I echo the same completely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my proud privilege to introduce Rajesh Varuganti ji, General Manager, ITC. Current role in Product Development at GM. Graduate from BITS Pilani, alumni of IIM Calcutta, Chief Minister's Pratibha Medal, Gold Medal, set up the first world-class design center in ITC's Chennai facility, has filed 8 patents, design registration, and solutions developed under his leadership have been honored with over 25 plus World Star innovations, apart from 300 plus India Star and various other recognitions. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Rajesh Garu. Considering that some may have a presentation, we'll keep the current setup.
How to control the slide? Slide control.
This is forward, this is backward, this is pointer.
Okay. Good morning all. Mishra ji, AVPS Chakravarti ji, Vagish ji, Nataraj ji, Shekhar ji, distinguished guests of honor, eminent speakers, delegates, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'll take you through some of the sustainable packaging solutions that are of relevance today to solve the environmental related problem that we all have from a packaging industry point of view. So, few pictures, environment change, and all these environment change is being caused by global warming, air pollution, water pollution, landfill, mining, forest fires. We all know of everything that is happening, but then the impact of environmental change is something that you can see here. And this is the latest picture of December 5th in Chennai. The floods. Yes, so 24 hours, less than 24 hours, a cyclone has hit Chennai, and then this is the state of affairs. I have not put all other pictures, but the pictures are scary. And the headlines, as you can see, grim reminder for the world. Grim reminder for the world to limit global warming, cut emissions. Not just Chennai, a dozen Indian cities might see such state. Experts link cyclone to climate change, says Chennai will face more, and then linking to North India, so on and so forth. Now, why am I bringing all this? It is just to set a context and then link back to packaging industry and what we are going to do. So, a lot is being done, what is needed to be done, everybody, irrespective of whether we are packaging industry, fraternity or not, we all have the need to fix the planet. And as you can see, somebody is working on solar, somebody is working on wind, somebody is working on plantation, all to fix the planet, to do their bit of it. And let's get to packaging industry. What do we need to do? We need to have sustainable development goals. All of us need to have sustainable development goals with the objective of meeting net zero targets, scope 3 at least, and then with the objective of meeting circular economy objectives. So what do we mean? These are little complex, these are not easy for everybody, and these are not easy for everybody to address. And hence, the easiest way to probably put it in the other way is to look at the trends, and the trends, as you can see, lightweighting, recyclable, reuse, compostable, etc., etc. So, the industry probably can pick up these trends and have solutions around this. And as you can see, the drivers, there is regulation. In front of regulation, I don't think the regulatory framework will allow somebody to work if you don't have sustainable development goal. Similarly, consumers are not going to buy from you. They are increasingly preferring to buy from those people who care for the environment. Similarly, technology is phasing out. I don't think in probably 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, we will be able to manufacture with technology that can harm the environment or have high impact on the environment. Similarly, the infrastructure in terms of recycling, chemical recycling, mechanical recycling, so on and so forth. So just to give an idea of what is happening on the global regulatory landscape, As you can see, about 29 odd countries have started incentivizing collection, sorting, extended producer responsibility, and many of them have also started incentivizing efforts in reduction, packaging design, recycling, reuse, labeling. So all this is going to happen, and what really happens, you will be left behind if you don't comply, and then it is very important that we learn what to do in this particular thing, and we have put up some slides in this area. So for those probably who do not have sustainable shared objective at this point of time, in simple terms, in flexible packaging, you can move from multi-layer material to polyolefin or mono material, and eventually compostable materials. To start with, in multi-layer material, you can infuse more recycled content so that you don't draw more virgin materials, and thereafter, you work with material manufacturer, with machine manufacturer, with customers, with product, with everything put together, and then increase your alternative structures in the area of polyolefin, mono material, and compostable. Similarly, for carton packaging, if you have metallized PET laminated, and if it's a complex structure which is not repulpable, you try and remove that and replace it with coatings. Wherever you are having polyethylene coating, try and use barrier coating so that it is repulpable and eventually compostable. So with respect to ITC packaging business, ITC as a group, we have a wide sustainability program. I'm restricting at this point of time to packaging businesses sustainable. We have done a lot of work up to 2017, 18, 19, and we also have some plans for the future. So the essence of this is we are working on barrier coatings. We are working on FSC materials. We are working on manufacturing technologies that can help do more of polyolefin and mono material and compostable material solutions. 3 of our products, BioSeal, OxyBlock, germ-free. BioSeal basically is a product, is a chemical formulation that we have developed. This can replace the traditional PE coating with similar barrier properties. OxyBlock can help you in making 4-layer to 3-layer, 3-layer to 2-layer. Basically, it brings in the additional oxygen barrier and helps you make simpler laminate structures. Germ-free is a slightly different one that we have developed during COVID. Basically, it fights viruses, and then it helps eventually reaching a package safely to the consumer from the delivery boy. Some of the things that we have done in FSC in the carton area, and we continue to do, is accelerating adoption of FSC materials. For those who probably do not understand fully FSC, we have basically 3 types of FSCs. 100% FSC, basically you draw 100% from sustainable plantations. FSC recycled, basically 100% material that is used is recycled material, and FSC mix, where it is one or more combinations of the FSC materials. And we have been working with various organizations, brands, and we are trying to increase penetration of usage of FSC material, because as we progress towards simplifying the plastic myth, we are going to use paper, and then paper should not become a bigger problem, bigger challenge, and hence it is important to use renewable sources of paper. In flexible packaging, like I already explained, from multi-layer packaging to monolayer to polyolefin to post-consumer recycled content to compostable, somebody's travel path could be in this direction, because the last one is the most complex one and the first one is relatively easier one. As an organization, we have created a pyramid of value for all our customers. As you could see, the top of the pyramid is sustainability. So do everything with focus of sustainability on the top of your mind, on the top of your business goal. And as you could see, that the pyramid's top in the pyramid of value that we have created is sustainability, and we are driving recyclability, compostability, lightweighting aspect. And we have just started a campaign in the wake of this industry transforming towards being more sustainable. We have created a campaign called InnoPack with multiple dimensions, most of which are already covered in the previous slides. Basically addressing packaging with lesser plastic, plastic-free packaging, paper-based packaging, FSC-based packaging, packaging with post-recycled content, packaging which is recyclable, packaging which is compostable. Few examples we have won so many awards over the years. We thought we will bring in a couple of examples which are relevant to the packaging from a sustainability point of view. So we had this problem in Ashirwad Atta, which is, these are bulk bags, and when you fill atta in a bag like this and seal it on the top, the bag is blown like a balloon because there's a lot of air entrapped in it. And the way transportation is in India, you will have from a lorry, somebody throwing the pack down, and the pack will burst, and then you have store return because or the food spoilage. And we have studied this problem. We have understood that the air that is there inside is the problem, and we want the air to come out, but at the same time we don't want the pests from external environment to get into that. So we created an inlet valve sort of thing where we could have air slowly out of the pack, but at the same time nothing goes into the pack. So this has also won the Dow Chemical Sustainability Packaging Award. And just to reiterate, of all the awards, the recent awards that we have won, we are very thankful to World Star. We are very thankful to Mr. AVPSG, who has always been supporting us. So 5 awards, 3 in the space of sustainability. So I'm just repeating once again, 3 out of 5 awards, sustainability, recyclable structure, plastic intensity reduction, compostability envelope. So that has been the journey, and we would like to work together with the industry. We would like to work together with the customers and everybody. Please feel free to reach out if you have any queries, if you want to partner, if you want to work together. We want to share the sustainable development plan with the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajesh Garu, for that very comprehensive update, and congratulations for that amazing performance. May I now introduce our last eminent speaker for this first session, Dr. Kiran Kumar, who's currently working as the Chief Manager in CIPET in Hyderabad, and he's the boss now, boss of CIPET. He's done his MTech and PhD from Osmania University, associated with CIPET for 32 years, has published 17 research publications, and has a patent entitled Wood Plastic Composite and Method of Manufacturing for the same, has presented 40 papers in various national and 25 international conferences, and over 100 lectures. Dr. Kumar has been awarded with Best Paper Presentation on Thermal and Fire Properties of Polypropylene Copolymer-Based Nanocomposites. I present you Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, respected Director Mishraji and Chakravartiji, my friend, and Dikshitji, Sri Bachchan Nayak and Rajesh. It is indeed my pleasure to be here, and what the 2 speakers have spoken is all about the technology. But being in CIPET, our concern is for the environment. So this is one of the challenges which not only our country, the world is facing, and that was the emotion Chakravarti was sharing in the morning, is that we are unable to control the pollution. It is our sense, it is our civic sense which we have to improve, and so that not only that, I will just give you a glimpse of the material before we go into the subject. This, I don't think this much is required. Yeah, this is what attract me is the Indian market. If you see, in 2022, you can see how many $1 billion of market is there and what is the future in 2029. And you can also see where you can see this region-wise analysis, Northern India, East India, West India and South India. This is how, and these are all the key players who are going to boost our Indian market. So this is what the next market. This is about the market, but again our concern is again the environment, and these are the products, how FMCG market is going to grow. And this is how the customer wants. They want products to be that are degradable, environmentally sustainable, and manufacturers want zero waste and impact environment minimally with increased health and safety. And again, the third one for these products is we have to adhere to the environment, government commitments for the sustainable goals. And this is the concern for me, this is the challenge. This is the waste we are going to generate from these companies. This is the waste which we have to see. And CPET also made have an MOU with ITC. We are closely working with them for all these, particularly in the PET and other things with ITC. Even in the paper also, CPET is helping with ITC. So this is how the waste management goes in the industry. So now these are all the old techniques, that is recycling, incineration, landfilling. Now we have the new technology, that is PPT, we call it as a plasma pyrolysis technology, then liquid fuel, then polymer blended bitumen roads, co-processing in cement kilns. And this is how the waste management cycle goes for the waste, whatever we give, the dry waste and wet waste segregation, again we make the articles. So I was surprised by our new idea of 5R given by our Director General, reimagination. Reimagination is the one which is driving this business, because every day we sit and we think of a new shape for the packaging. But being in the other side, we also think how to reduce this waste. Because ideas are good, but again, for this planet, we have to save so much space for the next generations. Definitely, the packaging is very much important, but again, its disposal is also equally important. Whenever we design a product, I think we should also have in our mind how it can be disposed easily, and it should not harm the environment. That is what the goal we have to work upon, and these are all the things. But this, I want to request the industry, kindly print this very much elegantly on the packs, where we see it is very small. Even in this bottle we see this 7 is there, but we can't read it, where it is. Because it is making the recyclers very much difficult, because the rack pickers are not that much educated. I think this we should take as a responsibility, because it is a challenge for us, and we feel sometimes shame also to put this, but it is our duty that we should print this on our packs, whichever the material it is, so that the sorting can be done easily and the recycling can be done easily. And because if this is done, then we don't have problems to educate the rack pickers and all, and it will become very easy for us. Because in industrial waste, there won't be any rack picker. You can see the two scenarios, the industry and the consumer waste. See, this is how the consumer waste, so much involvement is there. But if you see the industrial waste, it is 100% recycled. But in our FMCG industry, this type of recycling is very difficult. Definitely, I think everyone has to come with an innovative ideas. I have seen a lot of students over here. In my next slides, I think it will give them a light to think what type of innovative products you can think because of recycling. Because incineration, this is road, and this road project I am seeing we have done with IRRI, Indian Roads Research Institute, long back, and in all our CPETs, roads are made with the plastic waste. We have also educated so many GHMCs. GHMC also made some roads, and we are trying with universities. Usmania also we have tried the civil department. But to make this effective, definitely the new generation has to take the lead, because this is one material where we can make good roads, and these roads are durable. These roads are durable and they are for the longer time. You all know the coal tar, if it is added with the plastic, it extends the durability of the road, which governments have enforced, but still it lies, like the vegetable we have in Andhra Pradesh, we call it as Nethi Birakai, but it doesn't have any ghee in it. They say ghee Birakai, but it doesn't have any ghee in it. The same way, this project is very good project. Very good project. Every government says about this, but the implementation is very less. So if this way we can reduce and we can make roads with this waste, and definitely whatever we have already spilled, okay, what are the packaging, Sri Bacha, and they have told this is for the future, and the packaging is very nice. But whatever the garbage we have, I think we have to reduce it. And this is PPT again, like it was again making the polymer into monomer. This again makes into monomer, and so that we can reduce all the things. So this is one technology which we can make, but it can be possible only if it is a monolayer. If it is a monolayer, again it is a multiple pack, again it is a difficulty in this. Then liquid fuel already we have seen. Hyderabad, you will be surprised, in and around, there are 37 industries, to your surprise, 37 industries, out of which 17 are official, and other 20 they run like this, because they need a permission of 20 permissions to do this business, 20 permissions in the business. But still business is done, and all the diesel generators, even this Star Hotel, this hotel also runs with this fuel, which is generated from the plastic waste. And cement kilns is one of the way where we can make all the waste, and already this is used in Madhya Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Orissa and AP. You can just imagine, you can just see how the recycled material we are using. See, whatever the plastic waste we throw, it comes into our box trapping, it comes into our plastic footwear. This is one of the reasons why today we are able to afford the footwear so easily. And the cost is very much economic, so that everyone can wear the shoes. This is one of the reasons, and this is how it is getting converted into these valuable products. And all our milk pouches we don't bother, but the milk pouches get changed into barsati film or the raincoat films. So nobody thinks that our milk pouch is going to make us save from the rain. And the battery cases they make into luggage boxes. And all the plastic carry bags now, because they are all colored, we make them into mats. And even the carpet which is laid in this is also from the waste of the plastic only. And for the pet recycling, we are making so many, all these dog bowls, pet bowls and all souvenirs. This is all from the pet recycling. And fabrics is one of the biggest industry which pet is doing. And all the anoraks, bedding, cushions, belting, webbing, all this from the pet. And again for strapping we use the pet. Again for packaging we use. And pet we use the colored ones for the non-food applications. And economy doors. This is which I was interested, this which I have a patent is, this is the technology where we have been using the waste wood and the recycled plastic. We are combining and we are making into these things. This is wood particle boards we call, and eco boards we call. Here there is a lot of scope, because we cannot cut more trees, but instead we can use the waste wood and we can mix with plastics and we are converting them into viable products. And this is how now the technology is, and government also is giving a lot of loans at lower interest, particularly for this industry. And not only in this, in civil construction area also, if you are using recycled materials, the interest rates are less for you. And this is polypallet, where earlier it was with wood, now it is with the plastic. And these are all the combling plastics which we see in the water waste treatments. And finally, this is thing is that plastic waste gives us clean environment. This is and employment opportunities, economical products, and lot of recycled products will give cost-effective products for us and business opportunities. And we can also see how we can convert it into energy. You can see how it is converted, that municipal solid waste, you can see wood, you can see the energy, and plastics, you can see the energy, how it is giving. And in Asia and Europe, we use it as RDF. I don't know how many of you know Ramki. Anybody knows about Ramki? Yeah, Ramki does this RDF, and it is just near to our Sipet only. That is called as Balaji Nagar port, where they shred all the waste, they make into RDF. That is reused derived fuel, and they supply to a lot of hotels, lot of avenues where it can be used as fuel. And see, it is our responsibility as on today that it is impossible to eliminate the plastic. Okay, definitely, because whichever you touch, it is plastic. Okay, and second is we can separate, store, and hand out for proper recycling or disposal, and do not let plastic litter the environment. So let us keep the environment clean.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran Kumar. That was very enlightening, and I loved your examples because we as India are battling another issue. We are ahead of the recycling game. We have 97% PET recycling, 80-85%. This is well ahead of the Nordic region, where Sweden, Finland, they are at 87-88. And yet we are told by Europe and US we must recycle more. We have been recycling for 50 years. And the examples you have given, the shoe wear and the mats, the world tells us, the developed countries tell us that is downcycling. In my personal view, and I have loudly acclaimed, this is not downcycling, it is upcycling. Because what will stay for 10 years is upcycling. And I'm glad you brought these examples. With this, we are running quite behind time because of the late start and stuff. But I want to thank all our three eminent speakers and would like you to join me in giving them a big round of applause. Shekharji, you want to do your magic now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And once again, we are thankful to all the eminent speakers and, of course, the chairman of this session. To do the felicitation, may I request chairman of the session, Sri Vage Dixit, to kindly felicitate Sri Bacha Nayak. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful presentation Sri Bacha had. Thank you. Now may I request you to kindly felicitate.
Instead of giving a plaque, there is a thought leadership change of giving some very thoughtful books that will not require recycling, they will only require reimagining.
So that in fact goes with our theme, that packaging for future planet. So we thought of sharing books. Now may I request you to kindly felicitate Sri Rajesh Kumar Varungati. Thank you, sir. Now may I request you to kindly felicitate Dr. V. Kiran Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now, to felicitate the chairman of the session, Sri Vagit Dixit ji, I would request our director, Sri R.K. Mishra ji, to kindly come forward on stage for felicitation of Sri Vagit Dixit ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director Sir, Chairman of the session, and all the esteemed speakers from the dais. Now may I request you to kindly occupy your seats after the group photograph.
Please, let's take a group.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause once again for this important session and the chairman of the session, Sri Vagit Dixit ji. Since we are running short of time, we have to curtail a tea break, and we are going to begin with the next session, which is session number 5 and the second session of the day. After this session, we'll announce the lunch break, and then we'll continue the balance sessions, which are more important post-lunch. May I request Shri Chandi Prasad Ravipati, Head of Packaging Development for Aurobindo Pharma Limited, to kindly come forward for presentation. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon all. I think I am a block for your lunch, which is eagerly waiting. But I will try my presentation as an appetizer to you. I will try my level best. Please, very warm good afternoon to all. Can I have my presentation, please? So the idea of the very theme of the national conference is for the future planet. So what I thought of presenting, which is, I don't want to talk about a lot of terminology in sustainability like circular and all. I want to just show and I want to request, honorably I want to request all the people sitting here what each one of us can become a savior of environment. So we are talking about packaging. Packages are designed, packaging industry is flourishing, packaging technologists are flourishing, and as AVPSG told that the packaging technologies today are the most prominent department either in FMCG or food or pharma and other allied industries. Packaging is in the forefront. We are getting equal recognition with the development, product development people. Packaging development is also declared. So now what we go through is that how the package, the usage, and after the usage it is becoming garbage, how we can again from garbage make it to a package. This is the concept I just thought of talking today. So it is the social responsibility of the users, how fascinated we are about packages when we purchase, when we use, but after use, what we have to do a little bit to bring it into package. That is the topic today. So these are the two quotes everybody might be knowing, that the earth provides enough to satisfy a man's need but not anybody's greed. I also love this, love the earth as you love yourself. This is from John Denver, who is a cult pop singer of US in 60s and 70s, and is also a songwriter. And he became one of the savior of environmental movement, and he led a lot of environmental projects across the globe and in America. So what is package? We all know, we all use it. We go to supermarkets every month to purchase our grocery, cosmetics and all, and we purchase medicines. So when we do this package, there is a definite role of package. There is a responsibility for packaging. It has to unitize the product. It has to inform about the product. It has to protect the product. So many functions are there. All the packaging technologists here knows. And there are tremendous efforts also involved in this packaging. So the purchasers, I'm talking about the users might not be knowing what is the tremendous efforts that we put to bring a package which is standing on the shelf. So there is a lot of research, creativity, hundreds of man hours for designing. You see the products, you all know all these products. Beautiful packs, every time they change, the designs will change, the colors will change. So, all FMCG or even some pharma and the food industries and allied industries, they do a lot of research how our product can be purchased only because of packaging. The product has its value, the product is been used, some products has been used in generations also, and some products are continuously used and we go back. The product is same, but why they are changing the packages? Because packages influence the human psyche. So they work. There is a lot of research that is going on, because when you go to a shop, when you go to a supermarket, it is only 27 seconds that you decide the pack. Of course, you may be purchasing the brands, the same brands. So for example, I know that somebody is purchasing Colgate only, years together, suddenly they change it. I asked her why. He told you about package. Because the Colgate packages are not, it is continuously same, and this promise package is very good. And there again, they do a lot of research. If you see Colgate always influences the family. If you see all the Colgate advertisement, it gives a family. If you go to Promise, it always gives the young generation. And all the advertisements will be young generation. So, nobody believed that in a same house, a Colgate toothpaste which is traditionally used for 15 years, there will be another toothpaste which will be bought by the younger generation. Now today in my home, we have 4 are there, we have 4 brands of toothpaste. All this happens because on the packages, the research that goes into that, and this is a tremendous effort. But we don't see all that because it influences. Package is integral part of life, as AVS is told, but it is also integral part of the culture of a country or a region. So the management, marketing and packaging technologies emphasis on 4 C's: customer needs, customer convenience and communication. Now the latest trend is personalization and customization and emotional appeal. So I really I don't understand what is the emotional contract with package. Yes, because it is color, it is color, it is the contour of the package shape, all that relates to our life. We are contoured. We attract by colors. Color influences this thing. So even the color indicates a particular segment. If you see all the bakery items, it will be in brown or brown shades. If you see some cosmetics, it is always black with gold and silver, which gives a premium look. So lot of things are there. Then when we use, so I just want to tell that packaging consumption in India increased from 4.3 kgs to 8.6 kgs per person per annum, which is very, very, very low. But it is increasing. It is increasing from 4.3 to 8.6 in a decade means it is 100% increase, and it will go on increasing. And that is the fact that the packaging industry growth is double digit. So average it is 3 kg per month for a family of 4. 3 kg packaging just for a person. I am talking about India. And very less packages remain with the product till it is consumed, because most of the things we open that, we take the product and we throw the package. There are certain tin containers and all which we can reuse, or if something we are purchasing, the container is a plastic or rigid plastic or glass or a tin, we may use for some time, but otherwise most of the things will go into a dustbin. And this is the typical example of the dustbin. This is where I want today's presentation to go into the people here, and it has to propagate. Why we have to do this? The beautiful packs have become just a garbage. So, at least basic things, that is wet and wastage and dry wastage is also not followed, because it's a fundamental. And everything we throw into a dustbin and it is contaminated. The packaging material is contaminated, whether it is a paper, it is a paper board, or it is a plastic. And we throw food wastage also into that, so that even that cannot be used it. So when we are talking about recycling, industrial recycling is very organized, but I am talking about the domestic waste management. You can see from the photos, I see very regularly, we throw the garbage wherever vacant area is there. I see couples going to office and throwing the garbage at any open place. I feel very pity. I feel very disturbed, because the couple may be earning a lakh of rupees per month, that is 12 lakhs per annum, and even if income tax is given, it is only 100 rupees per month to give the garbage. The garbage collector charges only 100 rupees, it is 1200 rupees per annum. Their income is 12 lakhs and the 1200 rupees they are not spending. That is okay. How can they throw in a public place? So, according to one study, the pollution, emission and cleaning cost of plastic producers in 2000 alone is 3.7 trillion, which is more than our GDP. And according to another study, there will be more plastic than fish by 2050 if we continue like this. So we are talking about future of the planet. And future of the planet is endangered by packaging waste. Because food waste doesn't contaminate the environment. Anything that doesn't contaminate the environment, only packaging materials, the packaging waste is contaminating. No, it is not the fault of the packaging materials, it is the fault of the users. And I have seen even a person going by car, driving a costly car of 20 lakhs or 25 lakhs, throws like this. This is a real photo. And I almost every day see people throwing. Otherwise, with just 4.3 kg consumption per annum, it is 3.2 kg per month by a family of 4, you can see the total Hyderabad littering with plastic bags, with whatever the garbage. So that the main thing is that the irresponsible management of waste that is resulting the issues which is endangering the planet. And after we, who lives on this earth? After we, who lives on this earth? Your sons, your grandsons, grand-grandsons or daughters. And imagine that, sit one day quietly and think that if it is the pitiable situation that most of the earth will be like this. You see the pitiable condition of that boy. Because if you do this, half of the earth will be covered by only garbage places. 40% of package waste is not even collected in India. 90% of household garbage is not segregated. So as Dr. Venkat, you told that segregation is the most important thing. And is it a big intelligent effort or it is a big this thing? Just a small effort is needed. And take away food. This is one of the this thing, because cooking is becoming a weekly event in most of the houses, because both wife and husband are working and they don't find the time to cook, and the takeaways are there. Every 100 feet there is a takeaway in Hyderabad. Not only here, I was seeing when I was touring to district places like, just example, Bhimavaram or Nirdavoli, even those places of my native places, there also I am seeing takeaways. Every 100 feet there is a takeaway, and all these things they give in the single-use plastic that is not, that is already banned, but every day the single-use plastic is available. Plenty. So one single takeaway center, I just doing some research, I asked some of the takeaways near my house, they say they use around 2,000 bags per day. 2,000 bags. And where they are going, and they are packed with food, we remove it and throw it in the dustbin. In the same dustbin, we throw the packages, whether it is a paper board or it is a plastic or even electronic. So there is lot of research, there is lot of social responsibility, there is lot of regulations that are coming, that are coming onto our head to use industries to reduce, reuse, all we are talking about. Innovation. So innovation is one of the biggest thing that will definitely reduce the usage of plastic, or plastic replaced by biodegradable plastics, or some containers which are in plastic converted into paperboard. All these efforts, which we are talking last one and a half day, will go into waste by a user. So here user is become the culprit. So sustainability, what is sustainability? It connects economic, social, institutional and environmental aspects of human society, as well as the non-human environment. We are not alone on this earth. We are not alone on this. We are just one species out of more than 2 lakh species that are there on the earth, and we don't bother about them. So without which we cannot exist. That is what I want to tell everybody knows. So how we can do garbage to package again? Very simple. After purchasing the grocery and kirana, just make it into 4 divisions. All paper. I see one Amazon pack every day at my gate. My daughter-in-law, my son, they order something from Amazon, everything comes in a corrugated box. Am I correct? So every day one corrugated box is almost there in every house. And there are some plastic items. So what I want to this is that either you do it or you educate your children. They are fascinated to do things and they will do better than us. Just at least all the paper, all the board and corrugation box, you can put it in a corrugated box or in a polythene bag. All plastics, put it separately, and all electronic items, put it separately. And even the lot of communities that are coming, they are asking, the communities are asking, the GHMC is asking the communities to have 4 dustbins. 4 dustbins. They are telling that weekly once or bi-weekly once we will collect all this waste. Every day we will collect the wet waste, but the dry waste we will collect it, but nobody is doing it. Nobody is doing it. Nobody is doing it. But if this is practiced, if we segregate whatever we purchase, paperboard separately, plastic separately, and whatever the electronic items that separately, and throw our wet waste separately, all this, just collect one month back, and there will be a lot of, I don't use rat pickers, I don't use the word called scrap dealers, because we are growing, we are talking, bathroom has become washroom, second-hand car become pre-owned car. So like that, I think we can do a better terminate. We used to say physically handicapped, now we are calling as specially able. Like that, we have to tell them, we have to address them as saviors of environment. So what I told is that if we cannot do, because you can educate children and children will follow better, and you can just give it as a free. What you want to earn on that? I see the crazy people. You sell newspaper to paper seller who is coming. Give to him. All this waste also you give to him. At least if 10 houses gives 10 kgs of propagate, he will earn 50 rupees and he will remember you in his life. Don't sell. Please give it. Donate it. And donate with, happily you donate it, you take this. They are very happy to take it. And that will go to scrap dealer, and from there it goes to recycling. So from this style of life, this is required. People have to spend some time, an hour on like this, but the most of the time they have to spend like this. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Indeed, a wonderful presentation, sir. May I request Sri Shankar Patel ji to kindly come on stage to felicitate Sri Chandi Prasad ji.
So my humble request, please practice this. Don't throw anything on the road, and educate the children, propagate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we break for a lunch. Since we have 2 more sessions left post-lunch, request you all to kindly get back to the hall within 30 minutes. We'll begin the next session after 30 minutes from now. 1:45 we'll meet again for post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
We have eminent speakers again, so let us listen to them on the latest developments and towards sustainability and the innovation part. So I have the team, Mr. Arindam Bhanja from GM Labels and AIDC Solution, Holoflex. Please come onto the stage. Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, Associate Vice President, AGI Green Pack, very experienced person. Welcome. Mr. KVT Rao, Director Sales from Signor India Limited. Mr. Balakotaya, Quality Head from St. Gobain. Welcome. So 4 eminent speakers, very experienced. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. So they are very experienced in their own field and the various packaging materials. So we are talking about the packaging metal for the hologram, holoflex, where anti-counterfeit solutions, lot of anti-counterfeit solutions they have managed. And Dheeraj Kumar from the glass industry, they also did a lot of innovations on the weight reduction or the new designs, new innovations. And KVT Rao from the Signode India on the automation front. Because the automation also, by increasing the speeds, we can save a lot of energy, lot of cost reduction we can do, and quality product will come out from this. And to tackle with the high speed lines, automation is very, very, very much important. Also the track and trace solutions and all are through automation only we can do this. And Mr. Balakoteya, again, is a quality head, and they are making the ampules as well as the molded vials also. That's a state-of-the-art technology and the plant they have near Jidcherla. So he's experienced and a quality head. So let's hear from them one by one. So first we'll start with Arindam Bhanja on the holoflex. An enterprising professional with over 24 years of proven success in evaluating customer requirements, delivering strategic solutions and building new business in diversified industries. A mathematics graduate with postgraduate diploma in computer applications, Arindam started his career as an IT professional, later gathered experiences and expertise in barcode technology and labeling solutions. He has been a sincere student while learning various technologies of printing labels for identification solutions, variable data printing, merging security features, and also an applications process of label. Currently, he is working at Holoflex Limited, Kolkata for the last 14 years. During the journey, he has also acquired knowledge on holographic security and has been instrumental in designing effective solutions, merging holographic security with product labels. This has helped in providing effective result-oriented solutions to anti-counterfeiting and brand protection for many customers in diversified industries, primarily automotive, nutraceuticals, and pharma. The counterfeiting is a major issue with all the pharma and the automotive industry and the nutraceuticals also. So getting solutions through the end user, end of the application, it's very, very important. And over to Arindam Bhanja, you can tell more about your products.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So after a power pack lunch, we all are energized to have a great session again. First, I will start with a simple background of where I came from. I'm from Holoflex. We are one of the. Can you start the presentation, please? Yeah. Thank you. So we are one of the oldest manufacturer of hologram in India. Started our journey in 1991, so almost 31 years now. We are one-stop solution provider. We have a fully integrated state-of-the-art security facility, production facility in Kolkata, where we make from design to delivery everything we make under one roof. We are founder member of ASPA. Earlier it was HOMAI, Hologram Manufacturers Association of India. That was transferred to ASPA. We are member of International Hologram Manufacturers Association. We have a very close link with the government security printing and minting press. I'll just give you two examples. One is we are very close to Nasik, ISP Nasik, and in Hyderabad we have security printing press. If you recall, there was a Telugu scam, infamous Telugu scam, where there was some counterfeiting on the stamp papers. After that, a holographic strip was introduced on the stamp papers. So that was the project Holoflex did, and is still continuing. I think almost everyone in this auditorium is directly benefited by one of our product, which is a RuPay credit or debit card. Any bank which issues a RuPay debit or credit card, you have a hologram on that, and that's a Holoflex hologram. So basically, we came from a background. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry.
some of the customers that we are catering to, but now directly coming on to this subject, is that the trends in the brand protection and embellishments. See the scenario, let us see the industry scenario now. We know that India is targeting a 4 trillion economy. We are very close to that. Our Indian corporates are globally making their presence felt. But at the same time, if you see the FMCG industry across the India is losing almost $500 million for the counterfeiting. Counterfeiting and piracy is also impacting 8 to 10% of the revenues, which is a serious threat. Another thing is that in the terms of pharmacy, 15 to 20% of the pharmacy that we buy available in the markets are fake, counterfeited. It is not only affecting the revenue, also affecting the health of the general people. So these are all very serious issues to take care of it. So we believe that when we buy a product, if I buy this product, how I understand whether it is a genuine or a fake? We look at the packaging of this thing. And in the packaging, one most important component is the label. We look at the label and we try and understand whether this is a genuine product or a fake product. So now let us think about redefining the labels. So labels is very, nowadays labels is like from household to International Space Station, everywhere we see the applications of label. Almost every product have a label on that. We talk about the identification, we talk about the specification, about the usage, do's and don'ts, manufacturing date, expiry, and so many information. So primarily a label has 3 layer construction: a face material on which we print, adhesive which bonds the label with the substrate, and a liner which carries the label till the time it is dispensed on the material. When you talk about face material, we have a variety of paper, film and vinyl. Paper is mostly common and economical, but in some cases we need solvent resistance, we need to protect it from the moisture effect. There we use a rigid material like filmic. And in vinyl, it is a very specific material for specific purposes. I will come to that again with some examples. When it comes to adhesive, we have water-based adhesive, hot melt and acrylic. Again, water-based is very common and economical, but in cases of high moisture, it fails. So there we come with the hot melt adhesive. As the name suggests, we melt it and then we apply it. But the name comes from that technology called hot melt. And the latest one and most diversified one is the acrylic adhesive, which is resin based and it has 2 parts. One is the acrylic or methyl acrylic and another is the bond. These are some of the tamper evident labels. Now again, when we talk about counterfeiting, when we talk about the product genuinity, I need to understand whether this bottle, when I'm opening it, is already used by someone, some spurious material has been filled in or not. So these are some of the tamper evident product that we have. That is, there are 3 varieties I will talk about. One is residual, like it leaves a message on the surface if somebody tries to tamper it. But in some applications, you need a surface to be clean. You need the tamper evident feature, you need the tamper evidence, but you need the surface to be clean. There we use the non-residual, and in customs we can change the message to like already open, counterfeited, fake, anything. Now let's talk about the innovation. These are the basic thing. Now let's talk about the innovation in the labeling. First I will highlight on the printing technology. We know that labels are printed using 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 colors. But the point is not the colors. Point is the design that you are making. Here I will highlight on the point that design can be created using a high precision security software. Normally when we do a artwork for the label, we create the design, we use CorelDRAW and AI files. This is a Adobe Illustrator, not the other AI. But the kind of security feature software I am talking about, it makes the label design so critical that it is almost next to impossible for a counterfeiter to copy the design. I will show you some examples in the later slides. Specialty inks. These are not the normal inks like water-based or UV curated inks. These are inks which have some specialty features, like once you rub on the printing, the color changes. You shift the change of viewing angle, the color changes. In some cases, you put an instrument on top of a printed area and it speaks whether it is genuine or not. So these are all like, you can say, intelligent inks or specialty inks. Holographic overlay, this is again another thing where we put a holographic layer on top of the printing. by transferring the holographic feature, it doesn't disturb the basic look and feel of the label or the aesthetics, but it enhances the security feature. And then there are variable data printing. Now, variable data printing, we all know. What is the variable data printing? First thing comes into mind, the batch number or the expiry date and all these things. Some serial number is also there in the labels. Now, this kind of thing, even if you see the currency in your that you are carrying, there is a serial number where the font is starting from left to right, the height of the font is increasing. Now, this is a serial number and where the font is increasing. That is again a security feature. A dynamic QR code, which is encrypted, is again a variable data printing. A basic level designed with that particular security software I was talking about, I don't think that it can be seen from such a distance, but you can see there are almost 12 features in a simple looking labels. I will take you to the next slide to show you a AV, you will understand it better. See, this is a design, you can see a Buddha face, but there is a different in this design. You see a closer look. As you see a closer look, you can understand that the design was not created using any solid ink. In the entire design, we have used some line drawing, some fine patterns, some microstructure, some micro patterns to create a design. Now, you see almost similar thing when you look at a currency. You don't see a flat color or a solid color in the currency. Why is it so? Because just putting under a scanner or a copier, you cannot copy the design. But the advantage is that if you look it from a distance, you can see you can identify the face. It is a Buddha face. But when you take a closer look, you see all the security features. This is one we have done from sleeve face there into mattress. You see a relief pattern, again, which is made out of some line drawings. It's an opaque relief with some line drawings. There are some micro printing also. I will take you to the next slide. Apparently, this looks like a plain white paper. But when I put a film on top of that and I rotate it in a particular direction, you see some hidden message there. Now you think about your product packaging, label of a product where there is a area which is filled with a solid color, any solid color. I can create this design, and what can happen is that you just put a film on top of that, and this can be easily identified whether the label is genuine or not. At the same time, the product is genuine or fake. This is a holographic overlay. Again, I will show you some slides to make it understand. You see, this is again another example of a holographic overlay where we have done the holography first and then we did a top printing. What happens is that this holography feature, this is very much interactive for the consumer. Now, when we try to address the anti-counterfeiting, we have two main stakeholders. One is the brand owner. We need to protect the revenue. And second and most important probably is the consumers, because they are paying for the genuine product but getting a fake product. So we need to have some features where they can interact and find out whether they are buying the genuine product or a fake one. So there, I will show you another example. This is the regular label with a holographic strip. It can be a holographic patch, a circle or a square or rectangle or any shape. Here you see another thing, a UV specialty ink, which is readable under UV light. If you see the sleep oil, it is visible only under a UV light. Same thing we have done for the pharma industry, where on a alufoil you can see UV printing, which is otherwise not visible. If you put it under a UV scanner, UV light, it can be a normal currency checking light also, which is available in the cash counter. You can put it below that and find out whether the packaging is, the product is genuine or fake. See, the color of the OK is changing just by shifting the angle of view. That is again a ink which is interactive and speciality. When I rub it, the color changes from orange to yellow. So again, an interactive feature. I can educate my customer that when you buy the product, you just check this thing, you place one area of the labels and rub it for some time and find out whether it is genuine or not. This is the exploding font that I was talking about. You can see from A to 9, the size of the font increases. And it is a serial number. So in the next number, it will be 20, 710, 719 and 720. It will automatically increase in the same way. This is something very important, and that is why we see in the currencies also. And the same thing can be done with a UV color also, which is visible under UV light. So the target is to make the label design easy for the consumer, but critical for the counterfeiter. Now let's talk about printing. In printing, we know that we print on the surfaces like plain paper, on transparent film, we do on the metallized paper and film with some texture printing, the foil stamping. These are very common. Textile and this is very common. I will take you to some industry specific solution where we reach out to the customers for their specific need. One example is that for mobile, this is for Bangladesh customer. There the challenge was that the cap was opened and somebody fills in something and again recap it and it comes to the consumer. So consumer ultimately getting the fake product mixed up with some other material and paying for the genuine, the original product. Here we merge different technology. You have a QR code which helps you to scan and identify whether it's genuine or not. You have an integrated hologram on the left. You have a serial number which can be sent as an SMS. Everybody doesn't have a smart mobile. So people can send an SMS and find out whether it is a genuine or not. The shape of the label is such that on the area where you have more surface area, the shape is like a dumbbell. In the neck area it is thin, but on the both side it is having wider area so that it affects on the surface better. Another example for this thing, this is a polishing tool used by very layman kind of people. They're not that sophisticated. So they scratch the hologram. You see on the left is the original label. Once you scratch it, you see some code behind that. Send an SMS and find out whether it is genuine or not. This is for rice. The branded rice are also facing the challenge of counterfeited, where we have developed a solution, a tape which is teachable, the same machine, and it has a holographic security. This is having tamper-evident feature. So once you open the stitch, it will automatically damage the holographic image and the tape. So in one go, you stitch the bag, you put the holographic security and make the seal such a way that when consumer buys it, he can understand looking at the seal whether it has been tampered or not. This is parking stickers. I will take you one more example. Parking stickers, these are basically for the legislative assemblies, the courts and security areas, where we put in a lot of security feature on the parking labels and put it from inside. It has tamper-evident feature like you cannot take it off in a single piece. I will also tell you one more thing. In today's day, all the new cars are having high security registration plate. You see the rear and the front plate are having a 20 mm chromium hologram embossed on that. And on the windscreen of 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers, you see another label, a transparent one. Now that label is called third license plate because front and rear is the first and second, third one is that one which has multiple security features. You cannot take it in a single piece. You have the number of the front and rear plate embossed on, printed on that. Your chassis number, engine number is there. So everything makes it such a way that once if somebody tries to make a crime, the first thing they want to change the number plate. Once you change the number plate, then you have to change the third license plate, which is not possible because it is not transferable. This is one very good example of security labels where I put multiple security features to maximize the security. That is why we termed it as a multi-max. I will take you to the next slide. You can see in one label we have so many overt features. Overt are features which is readable, which is visible in the naked eyes. The material itself is such that once you put it on a surface, you cannot take it in a single piece. It is very brittle, it will break into pieces. Number one. Number two, you have opaque relief, you have a QR code to check the authenticity, you have a color change in text, HL, you have a strip, you have a multicolor security printing there and a security gloss pattern. These are the covert features where we have in the middle you can see the yellow area, it is glowing, it glows under the UV light. You have some security image, you have a continuity band. Now this continuity line, what you can see is a band. What the people do to tamper the meter, that they put a knife or something, cut the seal from the middle, open the meter, tamper it and then reseal it. Now once someone cut the label from the middle, the continuity goes off. It is broken. So by using a simple probe, you can understand whether it is counterfeited or not. some security in the amusement park entry tickets. We have done some latest development in blister packs and also in the alufoils. In blister packs, we can have overall holography, we can have a strip hologram, we can have some printing security. I will show you another example in alufoils. What we have done is that we have done a overall holography on the normal label. It doesn't disturb the text, which is critical for the consumers to understand. It doesn't disturb the overall packaging, but it has all the security elements. I have samples with that. I mean, anybody interested can come and I can show you the samples. This I have already spoken about the Aadhaar card that you are carrying a hologram. Any RuPay card is also carrying a hologram. Let's go back to the future, actually going forward to the future. So these are all the physical experience that we have so far talked about. When we talk about the features of the labels, the counterfeiting features, anti-counterfeiting features, we talk about the physical experiences. We can also club it with a digital experience. Now we know about the track and trace, AI and cryptography. We have two more, I'll show you two more slides. A track and trace which can be benefiting not only to the brand owner, to the supply chain, up to the consumer level. So every time I on the primary level I put a QR code, I merge it with the, or I map it with the secondary QR code, with the tertiary, and at every location and every point on the distribution channel, I can scan it and upload the data on the cloud-based server. So when an end customer ultimately get this thing, he scan the QR code, A, to find out whether it is a genuine or fake, B, it can land that consumer to a particular product page where the product features, the specification, do's and don'ts, where the application process, everything can be, he can learn from there. And it can also take the consumer, it can also engage the consumer for a loyalty program. Another interesting and latest development is that when you see a QR code, I see the QR code. I can even try and copy the QR code because any barcode scanner can scan a QR code and can be reprinted on another package. Here we are talking about a cloud-based design. All the artworks are uploaded in the cloud-based server, and each of the artwork in each packet are unique. The designs are embedded in these codes are embedded in the design with a particular app. Once you see, use a app to scan or take a picture of that particular product, you see whether the product is genuine or not, and again it take you to the particular product page and for the customer loyalty. We have already discussed about the sustainable packaging, reuse, redesign, recycle, renew, and obviously we learned a new term, reimagine. Maybe that it is like redesign. So this is something that we have already discussed for since yesterday. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Arindam. Excellent presentation. A lot of inputs, insights you have given us. So we'll have some question answers after the session. Our next speaker is Dheeraj Kumar, my good friend. He is the Vice President AGI Greenpack. He studied engineering from HBTI Kanpur and proceeded to work in the FMCG sector. Out of 27 years in industry, he worked with the food industry, service sector, and packaging industry. In the food industry, worked with Parle and ITC, food business, and the service sector worked with DNV, Det Norsk Veritas, a global leader in the management systems qualification, qualified lead auditor for quality, environment, safety, and food safety management. Being with the DNV, got an opportunity to visit 500 organizations, either for audit or training. Now serving the packaging industry in current role is at AGI Greenpack, responsible for QA, company-wide systems, R&D, and sustainability verticals. He is a member of AFSTI, Association of Food Scientists and Technologists India, CFTRI, Mysore. Over to Dheeraj.
So very good afternoon to all of you, and with all due respect to the dignitaries available here, my pleasure to represent AGI Greenpack broadly into glass manufacturing. The next presentation you are putting. I think they have put in the presentation. Who is there? The presentation set kiya already. That's what I'm saying. So by the time they set the presentation, I think most of the time I found IP always give me the session, post lunch, which is very much challenging. Quite in the hall. So could understand, would try my best to keep all of you vacant.
Start over, so this is forward.
Yeah, it's okay. I think they have not set it yet. And by the time I would address some queries to Mr. Arindam, as you told about all innovations done in labeling and all traceability. So glass bottle do have its own challenge. We are into container glass manufacturing. Glass bottles broadly are recycled. Many of the glass bottles in beer and liquor industry are recycled. So after washing, it goes by typical washing process. So what we have to do, we have to introduce some technology for traceability at the hot end. That means that bottle at the stage may be around 550 degrees centigrade. So how to explore, we shall be in touch and see how we can benefit the industry. Right. So overall, sustainability as driver for growth for the future planet, we all discussing about, as if we do not take care of sustainability, after maybe a decade, we will not be sustainable at all. So AGI Greenpack is a SIG, Somani Impreza Group company, where in the packaging products we do have, the business like container glass manufacturing under the AGI Glasspack, AGI Plastic, 3 units across the country. For the plastic bottles manufacturing, AGI Specialty Glass 2021 we started. AGI's closers as a security closers, and also we do have the presence in the retail, in the modern trade with the brand Sandune. So of course there had been a lot of talk about the plastic, so it's a good time to talk about the glass. And very first thing is why glass. So glass, all we do know, it's the best thing for the circular economy, impermeable, and it's the only packing material which is given the GRAS status by US FDA, which is generally recognized as safe. That's how in the food and pharma it's the most preferred primary packing material. All these other properties all of you are aware of, no adore or reusable. So infinite times we can reuse the glass. That's the most important thing when we talk about the sustainability. In our present business, as a commercial glass at AGI Glasspack, we do have these all supplies to these different segments of beer, liquor, food, soft drinks, pharma, wine, chemical bottles in the retail, or in for many of the olive oil manufacturing as well. So it's a complete gourmet of the the complete range of the glass manufacturing we had been doing for many decades, and now only thing was left out was for the cosmetic glass. So we started the cosmetic glass business 2021, as cosmetic glass gives and also gives a lot of opportunities for the innovations in various ways. So a lot of things are there. I mean, we make the range in the 2.5 million pieces per day in 2 ml to 1750 ml bottles, which is serving across the industry. So all these type of the bottles in the different segments of cosmetic, fragrance, or the food is still liquor. Liquor people are also coming up for the innovative products, for the developments. In the wine, there is also a lot of demand for the cosmetic glass again. And even the mineral water bottles are getting developed. More than that, we have got in-house decoration facility. So decoration have the lot of probabilities and possibilities for the decoration, for the innovations. This is just a presence in the just 1.5 years of time with the cosmetic glass. And most important thing, as a policy decision by the management, whatever new things are coming up, we have decided to go with the green building concept. So this is the first green building factory made for this cosmetic glass with the capacity of 154 tons glass per day. And we have already, applied for this green building certification. It's in the process. So that's from the sustainability is now in the blood of AGI. That's how we have decided. There's a, policy that whatever we'll do in future, we'll take first consideration on the sustainability as well, right from the design. As far as technology and machinery is concerned in glass manufacturing, so since earlier also we had given a lot of details. So if we summarize hardware technology partners, in the glass manufacturing, we talk about furnaces from SOG, IS machines from Emart. So these are the names which are on the top of the world today. If it's about the batch house, the Zippe, the annealing layers, which are the most energy conservation, energy conserving annealing layers are from Panican and Antonini, Italy. Inspection machines in place from various domains like maybe from Emart or from Iris, France. So there are a lot of innovations in the automatic inspection as well in the glass industry. Pick and placers or lorators, lorators means the manufacturing happens at the height and then directly the FG is conveyed directly to the ground floor to the lorator. So it reduces a lot of movement of the material, the safety concerns, etc. So that's a very modern glass industry today. It's not the very conservative glass industry that used to be 10 years or 15 years back. For software technology part, we do have the support from all the part of the world like SOG. We have all the operations on the SCADA. So any part of the world, they can provide the software support for any troubleshooting or for the software upgrades from any part of the world. In fact, we do have this technical collaboration support from the Vegan Glass Germany as well, and all the furnace controls are from Siemens or MTech for NNPB process. Inspection technology has evolved a lot in the glass manufacturing process because the kind of the defects are in hundreds, the numbers are in hundreds. So how to eliminate and see that there's no defective bottle is gone to the consumer. There's no food safety threat to the consumer. So we have to upgrade our systems from time to time with the updated technology. And like earlier from the earlier time, we have this inspection machines from the France, like Evolution 12 and 5 from Iris. So these are the camera-based inspection machines. One model is cameras are focused from the wall of this bottle. If it is a glass bottle, so cameras will be focused from the wall side to detect all the things, scan all the things from the wall side. Another set of machines used to be from top and bottom. Cameras are focused from top and bottom side to detect any type of defects generated in the process. And then there is a third part is for the finish. So bottle finish is most versatile part for for the products, for the consumer safety, from the operational efficiencies of our customers. So if finish is not 100%, so there is no other term. Finish has to be 100%. There is no 99.99% applies to the finish quality. If there is any problem in the finish, the sealing will not be proper, the integrity of the product will be lost. And there might be a critical defects if not taken care. So there are very advanced machines which are the sensor based machines. So there are different 12 channels you can see on the right side. These are the different channel source of the light with the sensors, and then they detect on the rotating star wheel to have a look at the 360 degree. And also with the modern machines, like earlier we had MR USA, then now there is another, MR Sanjin inspection machines, which are, are capable of, earlier also there was provision, but there are the upgrades where there are the multiple levels where we could have the optical wall thickness measurement as well. So any part of the bottle which is weak in the process, any time it could be detected with the help of these kind of systems, inspection systems, and it could be online rejected. So a lot of upgradations are happening for the inspection side of all this container glass. So coming back to the subject on our initiatives or innovations, or broadly the beer industry has already shifted to NNPB bottles, which is called as narrow neck press and blow process, where there is a very specific need in the operations to have the control on the weight, to control on the wall thickness in the process itself. So this is the most upgraded technology to produce the container glass bottles. And with this, on the sustainability front, if we say, we have saved around 20 to 25% of the glass by light weighing of the bottles on the NNPB process, which is broadly gone. The beer industry is already shifted, and a lot of things are happening into the liquor industry as well. So that's one thing. Then electrostatic precipitator to control the emissions. That's also our responsibility, from the glass industry per se. So this ESP kind of systems, we are the first to put into the glass industry. There are the big investments to make sure the emissions are much below. Without this ESP also, we were complying to all the regulatory norms, etc. But the need was for the society. So we have to do our best, whatever we can do, to what extent we can do. Other thing is that one of the biggest challenge used to be in recycling in the glass due to the collection system in India. So we had a challenge sometimes. Many of the whatever be the collection system in India overall, whatever be the ecosystem in this, many times we used to get a lot of mixed glass collect. Collect means what are the broken glasses comes back. So but the certain limitations in the uses are like for the amber glass we could use flint and amber both, but for the flint glass, the transparent glass, we cannot use amber or green glass as a recycling. So we have different furnaces for the flint, amber and green. So respectively we have to see, but a lot of time that happens, there is a kind of collect which goes by the rejection from the QC because it cannot be used properly. So there was the investment for the new cullet sorting system, which is from Binder, Turkey, where there's an optical cullet sorting system. It's able to segregate stone, paper, different color of the glass, if any metallic contaminations, non-metallic contaminations, or any biometal. So everything goes into the different conveyors, and then we can use this kind of cullet. So this has effectively increased our cullet uses by 10%. Because a lot of things were available, but we were not able to use. So that's how our ecosystem looks like in glass collection system. We are still, I would say, quite backward as far as as a country, to have a better system. From this kind of environment, people used to get it and process the glass and give it back to the glass industry. What is the need? If we get this divided into proper colors, that's a dream. Like if people are able to segregate green into green, brown into brown and clear into clear. It's not theoretical. Somewhere around 35 years back, Norway had started bottle bank concept. And today their glass recycling is at the tune of 95%. We are struggling to get varying from 25 to 45% based on the market scenario. So there is a lot of work to be done for the sustainability front to develop a proper ecosystem and collection system in India, and everybody has to do their own part. There are roles for the government bodies, social awareness is required, some NGOs have to work on this, industry users, industry federations, institutes, all have to have some collective efforts to have a much better recycling system in India. Another thing is from the sustainability point of view, where the AGI had the vision and mission on this, we decided to create 3 more verticals added to the existing operations. So one is the R&D center, aiming at the world-class R&D center, which can assist in different innovations, which can be driven for the sustainability. Then digitization drive and particularly sustainability cell as the nodal body for driving the things across the organization. So as far as R&D is there, it's more than 2 years now we have established full-fledged R&D with the qualified leader into the R&D. And our the overall idea is to have the R&D for inputs, for the process, for output. In each field there is to identify the opportunity and drive the R&D. And whole focus of R&D is on operational efficiency and sustainability. It's not about, there is a different design department who takes care of the product design and other things. So here R&D is totally focused on sustainable solutions. And we do have full-fledged infrastructure now. Again, proudly say, first of the kind of the India, to have from the macro level to the molecule level R&D for our products. So we do have pilot coating facility, glass, different softwares in application. In the glass lab, we do have the melting facility to run the pilot projects. We do have digital microscope which is equivalent to what is available in AGR USA. And this kind of the XRF systems, the use of technology to get the complete periodic table except few elements to done within 10 minutes for the chemical analysis of the glass. Even lot of things which were like a puzzle for us to get the root cause analysis of various things, now with the microstructure analysis we can do. Some of the things for the innovative part, like though shatterproof is not so new for the other segments, for the glass industry, first time we started for chemical bottles for the mug. And bottles especially have the risk when there is a hazardous material inside the bottle, like strong acids like H2SO4, etc., which are exported from India, and even one burst makes a lot of difference for the company. So there are the shatterproof coatings developed in-house with the help of the R&D. A lot of things are done in the color for our technology, different type of the colors, and we have now pioneered in the glass color technology. We could be self resilient as well in future. As of now, all the colors are all getting it's all imported. So all the database, knowledge base is already developed for the color for our technology as well. So apart from cullet is one of the most common thing which is discussed for the recycling part. So we have to think beyond what we call to start with the scratch. Why we cannot do something which is not thought of earlier even for the raw materials? Why we talk about only cullet, etc. So what we can do from the other sources, like there are a lot of waste sand getting generated from different industries. Because from the sustainability, this raw materials conservation is one of the prime thing. So if, just for example, there are the coal mines. If For the coal mining, lot of sand is getting generated, which is, of no use in general for the other industry. Can we do some R&D? Can we find some breakthrough solutions if that sand could also be used for the glass manufacturing? Likewise, in the process, in the sand, for the sand, normal sand, what we are getting from the different sources, mining and then crushing, in the crushing, lot of fines are generated. So at least 30% fines are not usable. So we have found a solution how to, with the mix and match with the recipe, how to use these fine sands also after making the granules. This is already done in the pellet and in the R&D. Other raw materials like, if we talk about soda ash, which is one of the vital raw material for the glass manufacturing. From Tata Magadi plant in Kenya, our R&D team had a collaboration, and one of the important process steps we have bypassed from their manufacturing process to cut down their carbon footprint. So that is already done. Accounting, okay, will be done later. What's the benefit to in the carbon footprint from supplies from Tata to AGI? That accounting is going on, but that's already done. And it's a breakthrough solution to reduce the carbon footprint in the process of manufacturing of soda ash at Tata Magadi end. So a lot of things could be done. Now we are working one by one and looking forward for many more solutions like this. As in turn, if efficiencies or operational excellence is achieved, it will also add to sustainability. So a lot of drive we do have for the digitalization in the glass industry today. So various projects are going on where we talk about overall improvement of infrastructure or the data and analytics part, or process improvement through digitalization and empowering the internal customers as well. So one of the key things what we have already done is, which we are in the process to complete digitalization from manufacturing operation from beginning to the end. So how to digitalize the information, all the data inputs, and where we can use the AI tools, where the actions could be taken by its own. So that kind of tool we are in the implementation phase now. It's initiated. So I'll just keep it short for 3-4 minutes more, just to highlight few initiatives directly on the sustainability front with our sustainability commitments, etc. We decided to go for a structured approach where, with the help of the topmost external consultant, first we gone for the materiality assessment and identified the 9 top material topics for us which will matter us to be sustainable into the glass industry. That 9 materiality topics are identified, and we are working for all the action plan towards the net zero on that. So first phase is over. All these 9 materiality topics we have identified for our business and linked with the 17 UN sustainability goals where we have to take the actions. So a lot of initiatives had been taken in the past. I mean, there are the list of the things which have the direct impact on the carbon footprint. Just to highlight a few, I mean, for all these things, we do have energy audits from the TERI and CIA from time to time for our operational efficiencies and energy conservations, etc. More than that, for the direct impact is the new thing. Thought of in our greenfield project in outskirts of Hyderabad at a place called Bungir, where we have made these kind of water ponds for rainwater harvesting. So it's a recent development. It's maybe the concept is not new, but to implement these things also and thought of these things also into the glass industry. So where our net uses of the rainwater has gone up from 17,575 kiloliters to 34,955 in the year. So there are also we have taken the help of the external consultants how to make these ponds also sustainable for a long time. The energy part is quite high into the glass manufacturing. It's quite makes a lot of difference if we are able to make use of the solar energy as well. So we had taken the initiatives from last many years, and now we have got in this year, by this end of this year, we shall have 19.56 megawatt of the solar energy plants in our glass plants. And overall contribution, if you look at for our message, I would like to convey here. We could make, we have the unutilized land, we have all the rooftop, big warehouses, etc., where we can do. But for example, for our Boingir facility, it has come to the maximum level which could be allowed by our government bodies. We have the opportunity, but we are not able to do. So there we need to open the dialogues with the government agencies. We are talking about a lot on the sustainability, solar and all, but there are the bars also. How to, remove these bars? We can do more, but we have the restrictions according to the maximum demand. So there is the role of all the institutes or the government bodies, to have a positive dialogue and see if something could be done over here. And of course, it's all a part of, social engagement where government schools infrastructure, and one more initiative we have taken where 300 farmers benefited from fruit tree plantation in villages near our plant, where there was a direct consultation to the farmers, the kind of guidance to the farmers. There was a collaborative approach from the company representatives. So here I would, one more initiative I would share, then we will, maybe the last one, which is one of the most important things. This is a new initiative with the Telangana government where it's called Telangana Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster. So all of are aware of, okay, we are talking about solar, we are talking about all this EVs, but future is definitely hydrogen. So today itself we have to start working on how to, because the infrastructure is not yet ready to cater the need of the industries. So there was an initiative, and it includes government bodies as well, where there is an expression of interest of working together with IOCL, NTPC and Ramagundram Fertilizer Corporation Limited, the AGI Green Pack, Glass Pack, or Telangana State Transport Corporation. So the idea is, how to look forward for the technology partner producer, who will produce, how it will be produced, what technology, who will be logistic partners and consumers. So here even the idea is, for the government bodies, even buses could be consumers for the hydrogen. So this is very, encouraging project for our future, and hopefully things will progress very soon. So with that thought, I would say thank you, and thanks to the participants, thanks to the organizing committee, and thanks to IIP. So let's keep working on towards our future planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Very insightful presentation regarding the sustainability features and the innovative initiatives what you have taken on the automation as well as the various operations. Thank you very much for giving us the highlights. So our next presentation is Mr. KVT Rao, Director Sales Metals Group from Signode India Limited. Yesterday we had a very good insights from the NLN Raju from Signode. And now Mr. KVT Rao is a Director Sales at Signode India Limited, joined as an engineer trainee in 1992 at Signode. Since then he is working with Signode across functional assignments, including service, sales, sourcing, business development, manufacturing, and marketing. Significant part of his career he was based out of Mumbai, looking after B2B sales and marketing across the country. Over the years, he has attended MDPs at IIM Ahmedabad 2007, 2011, and IIM Bombay in 2015. He is passionate about leadership, strategy, and teaching.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that kind introduction. Thank you so much. And being in a packaging profession is a great thing because we find customers every nook and corner. जो भी कोई product बनाता है, there are customers. All right. With that note, I think we need to appreciate what drives really the innovation for future planet. I mean, these are the drivers we should be cognizant about, I think. To start with the intrinsic drivers, which is the organization's vision itself. I mean, we have heard from my co-panelist, Mr. Dheeraj, about the vision of AIG in terms of towards the sustainability with clearly measured goals. And of course, the investment is another important aspect. We have heard from Mr. Dixit in the morning that how they periodically invested a huge amount of money to really drive the innovation, right, to drive a change. So investment commitment is one of the important driver, I think, in driving this innovation for future planet. And of course, all this gives a differentiation and a competitive advantage to the organization. And as far as the extrinsic factors are concerned, it's like, of course, the government policies, and that's the reason why the institutes like IIP influence. And we have seen yesterday Mr. Ranjan attending from government body, who is part of the decision makers. And of course, we need to drive these within the legal framework, within the compliance, which we had a session yesterday in the afternoon. And the end customer's preference also is important, because end of the day, if they see a value, they are willing to pay more. And last but never the least is to be future ready. I mean, there are thought leaders. We have heard from the director, Mr. Mishra, about his thoughts about the future. So the whole ecosystem need to prepare for the future ready. I think these are the drivers which I thought we should be touched upon this briefly. I mean, these are our 2030 goals for towards sustainability. There are 20 measurable goals that we have taken, and we measure every month the progress. And our intent is to achieve these by 2030, and we call it as a 2030. Under these 5 pillars, which is to do with your climate action, working together, and things like that. So this is a very clearly articulated vision coming out from the top, which is extremely, extremely important for any organization to drive sustainability or a future, to working towards future innovation towards future planet. And the innovation and the sustainability cannot be driven in isolation. I mean, it has to make a business sense. In other words, we have to develop a business models that will drive, the innovation towards these sustainable solutions. So I think that's very important, is to create this strategic, sustainable strategy, and then build awareness around it, and then develop a business case, experiment it, test it, and then implement it as a business model, as a win-win situation for the customer as well as for the organization. So if you look at, this is how it evolves, like from the palette is there in as an industry standard. So how we can accomplish this business case evolves. I mean, we got influenced from IIP, which has got our testing lab in Mumbai, and we have invested hugely in our own testing lab in one of our manufacturing unit in Silvassa in Vapi near Gujarat. And we do a simulation tests for any kind of a new packages that we develop towards the innovation. Before we implement, before we recommend to customers, before we take it to market, we do these simulations in our factory, and we allow the product, we allow the pack to go through the simulation and sustain the impact loads that actually it goes through when the product travels from one destination to another destination by either road or by rail or by ship. So that is implemented in a real time at a customer place or in the market. And this is another example. You can see in the left side, it's empty cans which goes to beverage customers for filling the the beverages. So there is a separator sheet in between. I mean, these are again, we call it as a tier sheets, and these are recycled many times over a period of 3-4 times. The same separator sheets are washed and they're recycled and they're reused, right? And it's a very innovative solution that the industry is driving, and we are taking a lead role here. And in our own manufacturing unit, I mean, unless we demonstrate and unless we practice ourselves, I mean, we cannot influence the industry or the customer. So in our own facility, earlier we used to send our coils, steel strapping coils in a pallet, and now we have actually changed it to all steel pallets, and we have, in fact, the customers are also supporting us in returning it back, because they also appreciate the importance of a sustainability and a green initiative. And this is another very innovative, very innovative product. We call it as a liner solutions. If you look at the left side, that's a traditional way of doing, a packing in a bags. All of us know this. There are 25 kgs bags, there are 50 kgs bags, there are also Bangalore. And the product from the factory silo, it goes to the end user silo straight. Implemented industries, powder, or even a granular form. I mean, Reliance is one of our largest customers who is using this product. right? So I strongly encourage that it is at a very initial stage, but this is the future in terms of driving sustainability, reducing the cost, and increasing the speed, and reducing the wastage. So this is another important and very innovative product from our side. And very simple thing, I mean, we see all our cartons coming in, most of the cartons coming in with a tape. It's closed by BOPP tape, right? And when we remove this tape, when we peel off, I mean, most of the time, the paper gets pasted to the tape, and then it becomes very challenging to recycle the tape. So instead of tape, I mean, we recommend a stapler, which is applying a staple, which also can be a tamper evident. I mean, nobody can remove a staple, and it's difficult for them to again put a staple because they would need a tool to put a staple. So this is a simple solution, but it's very effective towards the sustainability. And another product you could see is Airflex. I mean, it's not for all the products, but wherever these like pickle or a jam bottles, which is going through e-commerce especially, they have adopted this solution, which is very little, with a very little material. I mean, we pack maximum product. So this is another innovative product of ours, which we introduced recently, and it's going into, especially into e-commerce for shipping these products. All right, so another innovative thing is airbags. I mean, as you know, in container lashing, the traditional way of stuffing the cargo is to put a lot of wood choking and then EPS. So we're replacing this with a airbag. It's a bag which is filled with air, right? And then that really holds the product from damage. It's not just a steel industry. I mean, of course, as you can see there, the cartons, the multiple cartons are there. I mean, the cartons are often shipped loose. I mean, when you open the end of the destination, the many cartons we find damaged or they're loose. So this actually protects all the cartons as one load. So is the case with pallets. So this is a very prominent and the recent development of ours. And this also, we have a manufacturing unit in Bangalore, which we manufacture airbags. And we did a study, internal study, just picking up one particular group in metals. And we said that what if we implement this solution for all their containers? And if that is going to save close to 70,000 CFT of wood, which is close to 200 grown-up trees, right? And same is the case with reduction in carbon footprint reduction. Imagine, I mean, if this can be extrapolated to the industry, what kind of savings in terms of trees and carbon footprint will have. In addition to the savings, the cost savings, which is obviously coming by close to 15 to 20%, because the cost of airbag is much lesser than the wood chokes or the other material is being used in the cargo. All right, so that was my last slide, and this reminds me when I talked about the vision. One of the vision I'm sure most of you may be knowing is Apple towards the sustainability. The recent ad of Apple, which is 2030. It really talks about so beautifully. It's there in the YouTube. I mean, whenever time permits, have a look at it. The CEO talks about by 2030, they want to see all the Apple products, which is net of zero effect in the planet. That's a great vision to have, right?
Informative presentation. Thank you very much for all that. Coming to the last but not the least, we have Mr. Balakotaya from the St. Gobain. He is the quality head. He is Associate Vice President Quality at SGD Pharma India Private Limited, global leader in glass pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical packaging, and global partner to the pharmaceutical and health industry. Bala, with over 25 years vast and varied experience, is a qualified, experienced resource, contributed in various improvement projects, systems development, performing leading role in QEHS functions of a multinational company, extensively using various statistical tools, legal requirements, and techniques to ensure and improve safe work environment, process capability, product quality, and minimize failures. Experienced in customer services, new product development, vendor management, process controls, ISO certifications, GMP auditing, and maintenance. Over to Balakotaya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction of about myself. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, and for the opportunity for the organization committee, which has given me to brief, our contributions, to the team here. And before, I get into the presentation, I just wanted to say something about the glass. In the morning, Mr. Chakravarti ji was telling that, the packaging is, the part of our life, which I do agree that, in our routine life, the package, without packaging, we cannot really imagine our routine life. And we are into the manufacturing of glass as a packaging material. And I'm very proud that, I'm engaged in the industry of, producing the glass as a packaging and supplying to various segments of, material that gets packed into the glass. So, just Mr. Dheeraj, is one of the company. Those are also into the glass manufacturers. So I'm not going to the common topics which is already briefed. So I will limit the topics which would be interesting about our own contributions on particularly innovation for the pharmaceutical industry. So, you must be knowing about the glass, before, going to the subject. Glass is something, it is being used from the decades as a packaging material. But if you see the history of the glass, this is, started using glass as one of the, essential material in our life from 4,000 years back. It was invented by Mesopotamians. They invented that, by melting the sand, sodium carbonate and limestone, that is soda, lime, silica as the major ingredients. By melting that at a high temperature, this, is available, as glass for various applications. Okay, so glass is something which you can see, but I'm just trying to say something about glass as a packaging material. Because, if you see, the glass, we are using it for various applications. Right from, in the early morning when you wake up, you'll see into the mirror, which is a glass. And if you see, if you travel on a flight, you see as a glass window, which is, very mechanical and thermal resistant with the unique, features of the glass. And if you see, many of the people are wearing the glasses as, for ophthalmic purposes. It is something, with a different manufacturing methods, you can see that we can, we are, using glass for various applications. Now, we are SGD Pharma. We are engaged in manufacturing glass as a packaging solution. And we are into, particularly for the pharmaceutical segment. So SGD Pharma, by name, we, have pharma as, as part of our name. That because we are engaged and we are taking partnership with the, the pharmaceutical industry to ensure the patient safety. Okay. And, there are many sustainable, activities from the SGD Pharma, which, as I told, I'm not going to cover those initiatives like, using of reusable power, the cullet and many things that we are already been implemented. I just mentioned, glass as a packaging material, what are the real sustainable benefits. We all know that, glass is not a biodegradable material. But definitely this is a material, eco-friendly material because of 100% recyclable in nature. You can use it infinite times by melting the wastages of the glass and can reuse it. The unique feature of the glass is something, you will not lose any quality parameters. Okay, so that is something which is the unique nature of the glass. And here you can see that, some of the industries, they use the glass packaging, for a number of times. That, you take, the cool drinks, soft drinks which are made in the glass bottles, the beers and other things. So you can see that the industry is reusing it. The average reusable, the cycle is about more than 12 times of its life cycle time. The pharma, considering the specific and regulatory requirement, it's not suggested for the pharmaceutical purpose, but many of the industry they are using it as a recyclable material. And waste heat recovery is something which is a very general thing, but if you see the process of glass manufacturing, this is, we feed the raw material and we melt at a very high temperature. This is happening at around 1600 degrees centigrade, and we use a lot of energy, which indirectly or directly, causing, somehow the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. As Dheeraj mentioned, the future is on the hydrogen. So we are, the glass industry is thinking on using H2 as the alternate, fuel to melt the glass. But the topic of waste heat recovery is that, once we melt the glass, there are the waste flues which are coming out and it goes to the atmosphere as a waste. Now, as an industry, we can, recover the waste of heat and it can be reused in your process. So which we are doing it, and we are, converting the heat energy to some other main other activities in our industry process. And optimization of the glass chemistry, we all know that, let me tell you, the glass chemistry, it is having a lot of, sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides, which are also part of the emissions to the atmosphere. So with the optimization of the chemistry, so we are in the process of reducing the, the environmental, the risks from the glass melting. And some brief information about the glasses, because, as I told you, the application of the glasses in our routine life, they are into various applications. But if you see the, the typically, as I told that, there is something which we are used for seeing, using as a, spectacles, and you are using it for filling the drug material. We are using it for the storing of, the powders. But, the safety of the product is something which is, ensured by the glass. So there are different types of the glasses which are being manufactured by various industries. And this is very important to know that what are the very common types of the glasses. And we have basically three types of the glasses. One is type 1, second is type 2, and type 3 glasses. Type 1 is something they are, in the industry, they are being used for the pharmaceutical industry, particularly for the parental drug material storage. And this is by chemistry, by adding the, as I told you, this is sodium silicate and soda, lime and silicate. So by adding the boron oxide, it becomes the type 1 glass, which is really tough to manufacture and shape it. And that is what we are engaged into manufacturing of the type 1 glasses. Type 1 glasses are very much dedicated for the parental drug industry. And apart from that, we have type 3 and type 2. Type 3, you can see it as a very commercial glasses. Commercial glasses means, it is no specific addition through the chemistry. And we have sodium silicate and calcium as the main ingredients. And it is used for, even you can see that, the mirrors and the commercial, the filling glasses. And also as for the safety purposes, for enriching with the plastic layers. So we use soda lime as a common glass. Type 2 is also something we use it for very special purposes in the pharma industry. And this is for based on the drug product characterization. We are, the customer specifically based on the drug product behavior, they select the type of the glass. Now, coming to the type 2 glass, it is surface treatment where it neutralizes the glass surface. Okay, so this is by chemistry, it is very much same as type 3, but it is a surface treated one. And borosilicate is the one precious glass which is by chemistry, it is different from the type 3 glasses. And the most common challenges you can see while using in the glasses is the common uses, common challenges, if you see, the breakages, the scratches, it all depends on the, again, the application of the uses. And the third one is something delamination, which is a well-known terminology in the pharma industry. Okay, so before I go for the solutions what we offer and what we are contributing by innovating the new things to the industry. So let us see, the breakage is something I am talking about very specific breakage, because the glass, if you drop the glass, it breaks. So there is nothing special in talking about the break. We need to handle it properly. But even though glass is good and it is being used for pharmaceutical purpose, we need to take care, particularly in the specialized processes. We call it as, pharma industry knows it, that they use the glass for a special purposes. It is based on the drug, again, the properties. Lyophilization is one thing which is is a process requirement for the pharma industry, that they fill the drug in the liquid form and they take it, they convert into the powdered form to keep the product characterization for a long time. And for that, they take the packaging material to the extreme conditions. Like if you see, something which I am going to talk is about our Easy Layo, is something, it is a glass which is made specially to withstand the extreme conditions in the pharmaceutical filling process. Before going for Easy Layo, one should know about very brief on the lyophilization. Lyophilization is something which I has told that the drug product in the liquid form is get filled and it goes to the lyophilization. It means that while packaging material with the drug material, it goes to the extent of -60 degrees centigrade, which is absolutely not a normal situation for a packaging material. So withstanding of the glass as a packaging material to that extreme condition, and with the high fluctuations in the pressure inside the chambers, which is very interestingly, if the vial packaging material is not supporting to the conditions what I explained, the result is a glass breakage. And pharma industry, being they follow the GMP rigorously, one single breakage, it costs for the recall of a complete batch. It's a matter of losses, not only internal but also if it happens something in the external market, it's a matter of recall in the crores. So something Easy Layo is our design innovation. It is focusing on the heat transfer optimization, high mechanical resistance, and the better inspectability. It means that when we use this Easy Layo package, from the molded article, because the molded article, by the process, it will have lot of differences in the thickness. So this is something, Easy Layo is a very specific design, and it withstands to the temperature of -60 degrees centigrade, and also with its uniform thickness with the help of the press and blow or NNPB process which we manufacture, it withstands that. The key features in the design innovation is, this is something about, it is showing about the bottom profile of the vial, where it helps a lot of, the positive things in the heat transfer. Because the lyophilization process, there is a heat in the chamber and it has to take, and it should have a proper distribution inside the vial, and vial has to withstand to that extreme condition. So it is possible, if you see that here, generally the bottom, it will be having a push-up in the traditional vials, and which we cover this by making it as a flat bottom. The flat bottom is nothing but it ensures that it comes to the contact of the object, and it facilitates a uniform heat transfer into the vial, and the drug product inside that, it will have a uniform temperature inside. So during this freezing process, it will have with this design change, it will have a very uniform heat transfer inside, and with its complete uniform the distribution of the glass, it withstand to the extreme conditions, which is a specific and special feature of the easy layout. And if you can see that, this is a practical demonstration. This is something the push-up of it's a tubular product, and you can see with the easy layout. This is it has been completely reduced to the level of 0.8 mm, which is not an easy topic to maintain the consistency in the manufacturing process. So this is how it ensures a proper and uniform heat transfer inside the vial, and it ensures a complete withstanding of the packaging material at the extreme conditions. Something interesting is another product from the Clario, which we call it as from the type 2 the glasses. This is also again to address the challenges being faced by the industry, the pharma industry. So obvious answer would be every customer says that we don't want to experience any kind of the breakages, because the glass is a brittle material, but with the innovations only it is possible to meet the requirements. So can I have some help to play the video here? This is something about the Clario which we are talking about. Thank you. This is something, in this video we have briefed about the features, and the innovation involves, a lot of design efforts in achieving these, the results from the Clario. And another important challenge, when you use the tubular vials, this is something, we convert the glass by using the glass tubes. So this is, the 5 stages of the manufacturing, particularly the manufacturing of the tube, it happens at a different industry, that they feed the raw material, they make the tube, and they, the supply to us as a raw material, and we convert the glass by reheating the tube. It means that we have received the glass tubes in the process, and we use a lot of heat again to soften the glass and to convert into the required shapes. Okay. So now in this process what happened is the glass is having a lot of elements with a different characterization. For example, as I told that boron is one specific example for the as an addition of oxide into the borosilicate glass, and the sodium and calcium, these are the examples for the high volatile material, and by reheating that the components which will come outside and deposits on the surface of the glass. So what happened is, while using the tubular vial, slowly the glass surface deposited elements will come into the drug product, which is nothing but the leaching of the glass constituents into the drug product, which is a critical scenario for the drug, because it impacts a lot on the quality of the drug product. So this is something, the delamination is the same what I have explained. It means that, the biggest challenging for the use of the tubular vials here. So to eliminate or to overcome the problem from the tubular glass industry, we have innovated, by introducing the process optimization, that is specifically the heat treatment to the glass. The excess heat which is being applied to the glass, which is causing to the come out, the take out the glass constituents and deposit on the surface. So in that matter, what we have done is a complete innovation by redesigning the burners and the speed optimization, and also using the controlled HRT controlled tubing, which is given a very unique product that is low DRAM vial for the pharmaceutical use and purpose. So you can see that, if in this part of development, this is a very latest innovation what we have done in our premises. That is, with the help of design of experiments, we have carried out a lot of trials by using the various combinations in terms of the temperature, in terms of the tubing and setting of the mission. And with that DOE, we have seen several combinations, and we have finalized the best combo, which is giving the consistent results. Even for that, we have developed a lot of the new test methods, new qualification methods, and the new validation methods to launch this product into the market. And before that, I said something about the scratches. Scratches, many of the people knows that, while reusing the glass product, scratches are very much common. So why this is a challenge to the industry, and which is a fact. But if you see the use of the vials in the pharmaceutical purpose into the regulatory market, and even a small scratch, small spot is considered as a critical thing, and there are major recalls because of that. So the scratches is something which is a enemy for the pharmaceutical premier segment market. So to overcome that, there is an introduction of a specialized the polymer coating on the external surface. That it is already an existing the coating into the market, that even in the molded you can see that there is a cold end and hot end cold end treatments which are available. But what I'm saying is something different. This is a proven and validated method which is still not commercialized in India. So that's why I'm not able to share much of the information as a confirmed information on the slides. But this is something, a patented polymer coating on the glass surface, and this is creating or giving a very low coefficient of expansion to the glass surface. This is something, I would say, a non-coated vials will actually have a COF of around 0.8, 0.9. And with this specific coating, it reduces to 0.5. So the main thing is that it is specific to the tubular vials, and by design, it has a complete coverage of the neck, and the risk of the contamination from the coating part inside the vial is completely eliminated by the design of the equipment. So there are various things that have been tested on this product. That is, for the pharmaceutical usages, because there are sterilization, depyrogenation, and lyophilization for any kind of extreme conditions by temperature and by even mechanical the shocks to the vial. And all those things have been tested, and it is validated, and it is proven that this coating is not going to be removed, and it is an FDA approved material, and also very much useful for the tubular vial consumers, because it increases the productivity because of the low coefficient of expansion. It is going to increase the productivity by 20 to 50%, which is not easy to believe, and which is the proven statistics are available. And also the most important thing while using the glass particulates, many of the people don't know that, when a scratch, when it is getting scratched, while-to-while contact, the part of, a micro level glass particle generation, which you could not see by naked eye. Okay, so this is something Velocity is going to completely address this, as which is one of the innovation and very useful to the pharma industry. And
thank you, Mr. Balakotaya. I have personally experienced these problems like delamination and the lifeless vials problems and all. Thank you, very good solution you have given us. Due to paucity of time, I think we'll take the question answers during the network T session. Okay, so let me have the privilege of facilitating you.
Thank you very much to speakers of this wonderful session. Now I request Sri Gautam Buddha ji to felicitate Mr. Arindam Banja, GM Labels and AIDC Solutions, Holoflex. Now I request to felicitate Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, Associate Vice President, AGI Greenpack. Now I request Mr. KVT Rao, Director Sales, Metals Group, Signode India Limited. Now I request Mr. Balakotaya, Quality Head, Saint Gobain. Now I request Sri Bacha Naik ji to felicitate Gautam Buddha sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have the last session. After that, we'll have a tea break. We have young entrepreneurs, 3 young entrepreneurs. One Mr. Bharat Kumar Reddy Gujarvarti from Chief Executive Officer, Pragmatic Solutions, and Chetna Jain, CEO, Dhrumataru Consultants, and Ms. Divya Gopinath Medar. So I will invite Chetna Jain first because she has to leave. She has another commitment. So she will share her experiences. Please, Chetna Jain, please come. No, there is no.
Yes, sir. I can go ahead. Achha, okay.
I have the privilege to introduce Ms. Chetna Jain. She is the CEO, Dhrumataru Consultants, President, Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs India. Very good, Chetna. We are very fortunate to have you here. Her education qualification, she is a M Architecture, Masters of Architecture, MBA XLRI, Jamshedpur. Current status, Chief Architect and Director, Dhrumataru Consultants. Nature of work, architectural and structural designing, MEP consultants for residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial structures. PMC and third-party QA and QC consultants. He is the chief architect of the firm Dhrumataru Consultants based at Hyderabad, having a presence of almost 2 decades in the market. The firm is empaneled as architectural and structural consultants with various government and public sector organizations. The firm has dealt with projects of varied nature and volume. Okay, over to Chetna.
A very good evening to everybody. I think you must have had wonderful sessions for the last 2 days. And when I was invited as a speaker, in fact, I was just wondering what is it that an architect can do about packaging? And the topic given to me was specifically said about startups. I'll just delve a little into what kind of packaging goes into the construction industry and what would be the future of packaging in terms of sustainability and maintaining an ecological balance and reducing the carbon footprint. The most, I think, the buzzword today is about sustainability, it's about green buildings, it's about reducing the carbon footprint. And packaging is one thing which is available in all industries, across all the industries, not just food or not just glass or, corporate gifting, everything. The first thing that comes to my mind, even today, even whether we are elders or we are kids, suppose you get a gift. The first thing we do is, we are as excited as a child. We just unwrap it. The beautiful wrapping paper, we just rip it off and then see it. But what do we do with the wrapping paper? It just goes down the dustbin. We don't reuse it because it has lots of cringes on it. But what if we could reuse most of these things? I think that is where the first step towards sustainability starts. Yes, technology is doing a lot in terms of changing the way packaging looks today. I was just trying to look at the wider scope of the innovations that have been happening in the packaging industry today. People are looking at making packaging materials from microfiber, microalgae, weeds from left out from the garment and textile industry, whatever waste you're getting, they're trying to recycle that and make it into packaging material. And when it comes to our own industry, the construction industry, I think we are the ones who generate the maximum debris in terms of packaging material as well as the construction material. So here, there is a necessity that we start looking at packaging in a different way. So for the starters, what we've started as a small initiative from our own company, we have a very small company where we employ about 100 architects and engineers with us. And we also do some turnkey projects. So first thing we did was whenever the packaging material came, most of our furniture, the glass and all that comes to us, the cement bags that come to us, all this, once we use them, that's a left out waste. But we've been trying to see how we can use this waste and see that it is recyclable. We're trying to see how we can employ, like I am also the president of an organization called Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs. So the cement bags which are left out, you see, we can make beautiful bags out of it. We can try and make certain artifacts out of it. So we're trying and encouraging people to start looking at packaging material this way also. There are quite a few startups which are delving into this and they're going ahead and using these materials for packaging. And you wouldn't believe me, there are these startups which are about 1.5 or 2 years old, and their turnover today happens to be about 50 millions. And that's a remarkable number. I think that is one thing which we are all looking at today. we are looking at a sustainable world. So sustainability is not just in terms of me as an industry or you as an industry or anybody. Sustainability is all about how we are going to reduce the footprint of, the carbon footprint, because the materials by themselves, they emit a lot of carbon. And this carbon, it's not seen to the naked eye, but it can cause a lot of damage. When we talk about ecological balance, we see that a lot of waste which is generated from the packing material, it also goes down. I was seeing a presentation by AGI, how the bottles, he was telling, about the green glass, the brown glass, and the opaque glass. And he also showed us a picture of the debris, where all the garbage is dumped. Whatever efforts we've been making to educate people to segregate the wet waste, the dry waste, and then trying to, make it into compost, I think still the efforts are lot underway. Lot has to be done. And I think it has to start from each one of us. A very large thought process we all have is somebody will do it for us. हाँ, वो कर देगा, वो company कर देगी, ये कर देगा. Why somebody कर देगा? Why can't we start from our own way? Why can't we start as small? I think, small drops make the bigger ocean. So sustainability doesn't start on a big global level. It has to start from here, from us, from each one of us sitting in this room. I think that is where a real difference will be created. Whatever, the moment, as I said, of the packing, wrapping paper, it looks very beautiful to us. So what we do, even if it is very beautiful, what do? You just crumble it and throw it down the dustbin. We are not looking at ways to recycle things. We have many big slogans. We say reduce, reuse, recycle. But how many of us are actually following these 3 R's? So my humble request from this platform is, it's very nice to leverage technology. It's very nice to look at R&D. It's very nice to look at innovations. But to begin with, what are we going to do with the existing things that we have? What is the difference we are going to create from conferences like these, platforms like these? Today, sitting in this room, as an architect, I also go, we go for a panel discussion, we discuss a lot, but how much of it is put into practice? How much is actually implemented? And this can happen only when the academia and the industry start integrating with each other. This has to start from there. So there is a dire need that the academia and the industry, they start integrating. And I'm so happy that I was just discussing with one of the students here. He said, I'm a student doing my master's in packaging science. So it was quite a refreshing thing to look at, where people say, I'm an engineer, I'm a doctor or chartered accountant. It's nice that we have something like this in packaging as well. So I think we need to take a new approach from conferences like this to start getting impactful change. Change is persistent, change is common. Change is the only constant and change is the only new normal. And if we don't change, change will not give us time to change. It will make us obsolete. So thank you so much for this opportunity, for sharing my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetna. Could you spare some more time or? Okay, then we'll just. Thank you, Chetna. Again, a lot of insights as a young entrepreneur. Thank you. Thanks. So next we have Mr. Bharat Kumar Reddy Gujarwati. He's an expert software engineer. He's got a lot of software solutions for the pharma industry, FMCG, and other industries. So he does a lot of the background work for us. Package design, the processes, and all. They are done by these pragmatic systems. So I know him personally. We have interacted with quite some time. So over to Bharat. I'll just briefly tell about Bharat. He's the founder and CEO of Pragmatic Systems, developing technologies that enable sustainability in education, healthcare, life sciences, and agriculture. CEO of Pragmatic Academy of Life Sciences, which provides Earn While You Learn programs in association with Tata Institute of Social Sciences with an alumni of 250 plus pharma professionals working in various companies. 28 years of expertise in technology and software development, recognized by CEO Insights magazine as top 10 leaders in Telangana startups, 2022. Advisor to several technology startups, clinical studies, Bhado and Udbhata, Quinary Pharma and Sunblue Technologies. Member Board of Studies, PB Siddhartha College. So, over to Bharat.
Good evening, everyone. So, like 28 years I have been in software. Even though my family comes from pharma, medical, we used to have a medical pharma company, Ayurvedic of course. But now, last 10 years I have been working with pharma industry on variety of technology and software development. And last 4 years I have started this my own startup. Earlier I used to work for startups, especially in the pharma industry. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions from the last 2 days of this intense sessions on the packaging technologies. What are the 2 key words that you learned, or the 2 key words that we heard most in the last 2 days? Sustainability, innovation, besides packaging, right? Obviously, packaging is the most used word. I was counting how many times packaging was used. Okay, so sustainability is another word that was used most, and innovation, obviously. So who will do the innovation? All of us, right? All of us have to do innovation. Then, how many of you want to be an entrepreneur? Already entrepreneur, again serial entrepreneur then. So how many, I mean, why only few of them? I mean, at least I have seen few hands here, but in sessions that I go and talk to students, there may be 400-500 students, and then how many wants to be entrepreneurs? Only 5, or maybe less. Why? I mean, what's the reason? Do we don't have an idea, or what's the reason we had only 0.1% of the people coming out from colleges to industry or entrepreneurs? Why only 0.1%? Sorry? Low risk appetite. And the other reason people tell is my parents don't want. Most of the students are telling my parents don't like me to be an entrepreneur. Take risk. I mean, taking risk is one big thing. And financially, I mean, when we want to be an entrepreneur, we are not getting money, we have to spend our money or whatever kind of these things. But nowadays it changed, right? A lot of funding, crores of rupees funding. So what I keep telling to the industry, also to the students as well, is startups in other way, these risks can be mitigated. The risk appetites, the challenges that we see for startups can be mitigated if we start with the ideas when we are students, when they are students. When from the colleges, if the innovation starts. So last 2 weeks back, I was in a college starting an entrepreneurship course. We started, this is an engineering college. We started an entrepreneurship course. Out of 6,000 students, 400 students came forward and want to be part of this course and be entrepreneurs. And we called for prototypes and innovation, and we got about 50 entries. 50 people have ideas and they want to bring their ideas to actual implementation, to minimum viable product or whatever we call. And surprisingly, these are engineers. I mean, we are talking about computer engineers or whatever those engineers. And 2 of the products that we shortlisted are related to packaging material. I mean, they are using, one team was using a red brick, the red mud that is there, to create reusable pots, like what we have in summer, right? We get the pots, terracotta. So they are using that and coming up with an innovation that how to prevent that breakages and all. These are engineers, computer engineers, by the way. And they created prototypes and then they want it to be used. So what I suggested, you go and go to the places and do a small POC, and then we will ask the incubation center to fund it, to take it forward. And the other team that did a packaging material innovation is they were using all the vegetable waste and creating a material that is so tough that it's unbreakable. And they have some chemical engineering people also in the team, and they were able to do that. And they are facing certain challenges in doing how to actually do the lot of tests on, because when it comes to food and packaging, there is a lot of regulations. They need to do a lot of shelf life tests and lots of tests, as you know. So they needed guidance. And this is, by the way, not IITs, not IIMs. These are from Tier 2 college in one of the states, right? So there is a lot of talent, lot of ideas are there with the people, but they are looking for the way to take their ideas into market. I mean, what I wanted to say here is mainly, if any one of you, I mean, some of you already entrepreneurs, you know the ecosystem and all, but from the people who are there in the conference, if any one of you wants to have some ideas and don't know how to take it forward. Yesterday I had a session with Ms. Roy, I think, talking about idea to innovation, right? So how do you actually take this? What is the ecosystem? How does this all happens, right? Why do we need money, first of all? I mean, these people that I was talking about did their prototypes with 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. And then they can go to incubation and develop their products. So I just wanted to give few outline on where is all this going and why entrepreneurship and startups is very important for this session. What is it related? I mean, how is it related? Why the entrepreneurship? So entrepreneurship is not something new, and it's not something that only few people get it. What you actually have, this is what on the left side we all do, it's dreams. I mean, we all think about something, if it's like this, it would have been better. If it's like this, it would have been better. Okay, morning I think there was an example about railway queues and tickets and all that, right? So we might have thought about it that time, but it was not the time, or there were no resources available to execute it at that time. But now it's time, right? So all of we have dreams, all of we have lots and lots of ideas. It's not that we don't have ideas. There is a very thin line from taking our idea into execution. I mean, that is where the entrepreneurship is coming into picture, taking small idea into execution. Most of you might be thinking that I am working, I don't have risk appetite, I am working in a company, why do I need a startup, why do I need to be an entrepreneur? It doesn't need to be that you leave your job and come and do an entrepreneurship, right? A small idea that you might be having, where does the ideas come from? They come from the challenges that we face day to day, or the things that we want to make it better, right? So when we actually think about an idea, even if we are working also, there are companies now setting up R&D, there are intrapreneurship. It's entrepreneurship, there is something called intrapreneurship. Okay, they are actually promoting how do you take your idea to execution, which we call the next step of an idea is called MVP, the minimum viable product. Okay, and then taking that into reality. So, I mean, most of you might be heard, I'm not sure, about the industrial revolutions that have happened. And why entrepreneurship is important, or who are these entrepreneurs? Are there some people who are coming from somewhere? No, these are all the people who are thinking little ahead of maybe 20 years ahead or 30 years ahead of what's going to come from the current day. And this is all we have seen from the farming, agricultural revolution to the last industrial revolution that we have. I mean, we are in the current, we can say we are in the fourth industrial revolution. But when I say the next industrial revolution, which talks about sustainability, I mean, people started thinking about this in 2010 or maybe before. And we are talking after 10, 15 years, we are actually seeing the results of this industrial revolution. And most of the presentations that we had are around sustainability. Okay, this is part of the current or the next industrial revolution. From the technology perspective, what we are thinking, the next industrial revolution, along with sustainability, it will also include some elements of human-centeredness, which we always talk about. There is a session talking about the personalized medicine. I mean, from the pharma industry, you might be knowing that there is lots of research going on in personalized medicine, right? So I am looking at things that there will be personalized packaging. When there are personalized medicines, how much time will it take to create a packaging? Do we need a packaging at all? Or if it is for a small number of people, are there a lot of packaging that's going to happen? Or how is it even handled? I don't know. I mean, as a packaging team, packaging experts, you might need to think about that also. When there is a medicine created for, let's say, one set of DNA, one set of disease, what kind of packaging that is needed? Is it straightforward, like FDA says, uniform packaging for all? No colors, no artwork, nothing, it's just simple label. Is it that we are going towards? I don't know, but you have to keep thinking. And the technologies like Gen AI, there was a session yesterday on ChatGPT, prompt engineering, right? So technologies like Gen AI are going to change the way the kind of labeling works, especially the labeling part, because the packaging materials are anyway need to be worked upon, they're physical. But what about the labeling? Now, how much time we are spending in creating labels and what kind of errors that can happen on the labels? So recalls might be happening also, right? So is it all because of the labels? There are certain things definitely because of the labels, proofreading, and there are technologies that are available already, but all that is going to change a lot with the kind of innovation that's happening and with the kind of technologies that are coming, which we are calling it as the next industrial revolution based on Gen AI. Generative AI, ChatGPT and all are tools of that Gen AI basically. So very few slides on why I'm talking about all this. The startup ecosystem in India is booming right now, and we are number 3 in the world as the number of startups that came from India. Only US and China are ahead of us, and I think the last speech from our Prime Minister, we want to be number 1. I think that's the idea that the whole India is going. And that is where I am advocating, especially on the startups and entrepreneurship, going to a lot of students, colleges, and Tier 2, Tier 3 especially, and talking to them about the importance of entrepreneurship, why they need to be entrepreneurs, and what it can. And the last people who are sitting in the last rows, they're from Gen Z or maybe the next generation. And entrepreneurship is in their blood. I mean, that's what the research says, not me. So you all have to start your own companies after your study. So that only will make India go to number 1. Otherwise, it will not. We can't start so many companies. So this is just to give you an idea of what does a startup goes through, the life cycle of a startup. again here the green, sustainable plants, all that photos that you have been seeing last 2 days are there. There is an ideation, then we talk about making a concept, a simple concept which doesn't cost much. You just need to prove that your concept works, and then that's called pre-startup stage. And you start talking to people on your concept and then say, okay, what kind of funding is required to make it a minimum viable product. And then definitely you start evaluating your product and then start scaling up. So that's the phase that all the startups go through. Some go very fast, some stops at MVP stage, some fail. And the statistics says about 90% of the startup ideas fail. I mean, that's another reason why people don't want to start startups. But I mean, the film industry, is it stopping to make movies when there is a lot of failure ratio of the movies? No, right? In that aspect, ideas are equal to the ideas that directors have, from my perspective. And we should start working on, as long as it doesn't hurt our pockets, and we should start working on the ideas, and then definitely we will make certain changes and we will put our contribution towards the sustainability we are all talking about. So today, I'm an advisor to 6 startups, besides my own company that I have, and all in the areas of sustainability. So I am calling myself as a sustainable technology person, and we are working in healthcare, pharma, agriculture, and education. All the 4 interconnected areas, and ideas will flow from one area to other. And this is how the sustainable companies will come, and we already have few products that are coming into market in these areas. Obviously, this is a few last slides. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges that are there. Again, why people don't come into startup ecosystem. Financial resources, personal resources. It's not that everybody can do a startup and sustain. I mean, you need a very good team who can be part of a startup, because it's not, the culture of startup is very, very different from a culture of a multinational company. I mean, lots of students that I talk, they want a job in a TCS, or, I mean, if I talk about pharma, maybe Dr. Reddy's or Aurobindo or any of these big companies, but they don't want to come and work in a startup. Gland is there, Muninder Rai is here. So, I mean, see, why is that? Is it just the money, or it's the kind of influence that we had from the parents, from the neighbors that we have? I am working in a big company. So if somebody says I am working in a startup, maybe they will not get matches for their marriage. And that's how it is. That's what students keep telling also. Or my employees also sometimes say, sir, I want to leave because I am not getting matches. So there are lots of challenges startup entrepreneurs face, but this is something we are creating new, and we want to be proud that, okay, we are creating something new, maybe next billion-dollar company, or I don't know what it will be, but we are creating definitely something new. Any questions? Maybe we'll take questions later, but thank you for listening to me, and I want to see at least few companies coming out of startups from this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bharat, for giving very inspiration to the youngsters, to entrepreneurs, which is very much required. Thank you. Another entrepreneur, Divya Varadarajan Medar. She is a co-founder, chief and director, Mrs. Snack Street. Experienced chef and businesswoman with a demonstrated history of working in the food production industry. Skilled in food and beverage business strategy, frozen food and training. Certified independent director with the Institute of Directors. Strong culinary professional and entrepreneur with a diploma in culinary arts and a kitchen administration from IHM, Aurangabad, and bachelor's in business administration from BAMU. Over to Divya. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Bharat. Really enjoyed listening to some of the things that I went through while running business. Hope, I think students at the back were really lucky to listen to you. So, hello everybody, I'm Divya. I know you all have had a very, very long 2 days, and you've heard a lot about packaging, sustainability, and innovation. And there are a lot many more industry experts here who can speak a lot better about it. So let me maybe share a bit about my entrepreneurial journey and set it in the context of packaging. Yeah. So I'm a chef. I wanted to be a chef since I was in 5th class. I worked with the Taj group of hotels, and I met my husband at the Taj, and both of us are chefs, and we started a company, and that's called Snacker Street Private Limited. We're into the manufacturing of ready-to-cook frozen foods. So a lot of times people used to come and say, when we initially started the business, we put in about 6 months of research, right? Making, we're all aware of what momos are? Let's talk a bit about food, right? A little step away, a little bit from packaging. You need a break. So all of us, yeah, I heard only one yes. Oh, wow. I wish all of you were there a couple of years ago. That's almost more than a decade ago. Because nobody knew what a momo was, right? I literally had to put up stalls at various exhibitions, and I had to say, okay, sir, idi undrallaga untadi, baita maida pindi untadi. Or I would have to say, sir, idu kolkata madiri irkum, explaining it in different languages. Yes, nice to see you, sir. So that was kind of how my kind of business journey started. And we put up stalls across mostly supermarkets. It began at Spencer's, Ameerpet. And we had done all of this, whatever Bharat quoted, right? We had a vision, we had put in the machines, we had done our research, we got our packaging in place as well. Not the best one in hindsight, but we had done all of it, right? We didn't have somebody like Bharat or the mentors at that time. But any guesses how many pieces we sold on the first day that we put up? 12 pieces? Little better, sir. Sure, not that bad. We're still alive and kicking. Yeah, we sold 300. Thanks. No, we didn't. We sold 2 plates. We sold 2 plates. You were right. Just kind of pulling it a little longer to get a couple of answers. So, we got there, and we had a brand in place. We had a good product in place. So maybe our timing was wrong? Don't know. So basically, we kind of went ahead and put it up in different places. So we decided that let's go where our consumer is instead of putting it up in an area where a lot of footfall is there. We said let's put it up in an area where we know the consumers will be there. So we put it up at PVR Cinemas, and we did very good branding. We were one of the first companies actually to do colored momos and chocolate momos in India. And cut to 2013, I was a guest of the US Department of State. I got to go to the US. I studied different types of frozen foods packaging. I went to frozen food industries there. And it was an extremely interesting time. Came back with a whole host of ideas. I came back, and then a lot of operational glitches hit, right? The bubble had burst. So I came back to various issues, and we decided to go back to Ikigai. Students at the back, of course, I will not question the industry experts. Students at the back, Ikigai? Yeah? Go ahead, what's Ikigai? Yeah. Leading a happy life. In the context of business, purpose. Purpose of life. Awesome. So in the context of business, for us, food and food business was our ikigai, right? We loved doing it. You wake us up in the middle of the night, and we can talk about food, we can walk food, talk food, sleep food, and proverbially speaking. And we decided that this is not what we wanted to do, right? And we became a completely B2B industry. So if you look at how we packaged ourselves, pun intended, is that we were chefs, right? What we could do was sell these frozen foods to chefs. So we decided that we will close all these outlets, and we started getting into R&D. So we've done a good amount of R&D, product development and recipe development work for brands like Britannia Industries, PepsiCo India for and Britannia Dairy. We've worked with Pizza Hut. We worked with, Swiggy, Big Basket. So we worked on developing a whole host of products, right? Today, we are a B2B manufacturing company, and who we are is we're into R&D, right? So how we kind of advise, my ask maybe to the industry experts here from the frozen food industry in the context of sustainability is frozen industry basically always leans on plastic materials, right? We use maybe a mix of PET poly, HLDP. So maybe I would invite the industry experts here to maybe come up with some sustainable solutions for the frozen food industry. To the students and entrepreneurs, younger entrepreneurs out there, I would say that one of our key learnings is to invest in packaging, right? A lot of times we look at it as a cost, but that's your first marketing tool, right? How people view it, how convenient is it, makes it very important, makes it easy to consume for your customers. So looking back, we started with a very simple transparent packaging, and we were one of I remember when we when we pivoted and became a B2B company in 2013, we were one of the first companies to do colored packaging. Most frozen food brands, including the McCain's of the world, had transparent packaging because you don't have to invest in B2B, right? Because you're not talking to the end consumer. But at the end of the day, the chef or the purchase manager is also a consumer. So our thought was, how do we put it in a visual format as to why this is to be used by the consumer? Why should a chef or a purchase manager buy it? So we did two things. We put out a visual, and second, we integrated a QR code for our website and other things. And then we also had a transparent panel because we all like to look at what we are buying. But we wanted to also ensure that there's a good visual on the packaging. And most frozen food, lot of food brands, lot of food experts would tell you, blue stands for medical, or, green stands for fresh, right? We all kind of look at that. I think a lot of barriers were broken. I think we went all out black, right? And we put out, we had common packaging to kind of save on the use of plastic. We had one set of packaging for non-veg and one set of packaging for veg. And we had the transparent panel instead of putting a photo and talking from a startup mindset, right? How to save on costs. So we had a transparent panel from where instead of having a picture for each product, we had a transparent panel where you could see the product. So these were kind of how we kind of broke into the B2B space. And today we are competitors to the likes of ITC, MasterChef, if I may say so, which is another very large frozen food brand. And we have held our ground, and today we are shortly launching all new packaging, and hopefully Chakravarti sir will invite you when we kind of launch that packaging. So that's my journey. Any questions related to startup and food industry, happy to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. Very good insights you have given on the startup and what kind of problems you have experienced and then how you have overcome. Very good. Thank you. Thanks.
So there is no consumer connect now in that sense?
Yes, we remain B2B. So like I said, that was our ikigai. We realized that we're extremely good at R&D. So when given some kind of market insights, we are extremely good at coming up with a culinary product, and then to be able to commercialize it, which means to be able to lend it a certain shelf life basis of customer requirements, suggest maybe packaging, and also obviously have the commercial angle to it, right? To be able to fit it within a certain cost metrics. So we remain B2B, sir, to answer your question.
How big is your manufacturing capacity right now?
We have a 15,000 square feet factory, which we've recently launched about 2 months back. So yes, we are ready to, we are maybe just sending out our first direct export consignment. Thank you.
Firstly, thank you very much, Bharat. I know if I say you are busy, our director Sab is so busy than ever, anybody in the hall. But you still, despite your, I don't know whether Bharat was introduced to you or not, because at the time I was not there. He has a very rich experience of 30 years being an entrepreneur. North Carolina, you're there for North Carolina for 10 years in a very senior position. Probably we see some Satya Nadella in you. But definitely, you have been an entrepreneur, you have been a mentor, you have a starterpreneur, you have been everything, and I know you for quite a long time. Today, you spent your time to really give your insights to the budding entrepreneurs and some good takeaways also. And I hope you will keep connected just the way we are connected in other forums to our packaging budding entrepreneurs and packaging legends also. We keep connecting. And Divya, what can I say? And you were so shy when I asked you, you share your experience here. Sir, packaging में क्या बोलूँ करके? But ultimately packaging में हर चीज़ है ना? बगैर पैकेजिंग आप तो आपको बिजनेस कर नहीं सकते है ना? सोच भी नहीं सकते आप, है ना? So I'm so proud, Divya, my sister. We know her a long time. She is very humbly saying 15,000 square feet and all, and that's a big dream. Huh? Give a big round of applause to the lady. She's a self-made lady. She sold two plates on first day. My daughter sold two cakes, and then she gave up all. But you stood up, yeah. And competing to ITC Mastership, it's not a joke, huh? Such brand behind, and you are competitor to them. And the future, we never know. You will become a $1 billion industry. हर्षा कैसे चालू किया? मेरा डिस्टेंट दोस्त है वो. हर्षा मालूम है? स्विगी फाउंडर. इतना चालू किया. उसका वैल्यूएशन कितना है? विजयवाड़ा का आदमी है. रिश्तेदार है वो. So we cannot. Why I'm saying I'm not saying that. See, the former president told, "Dream big." Our beloved Abdul Kalam ji told, "Dream big, dream high." So nothing wrong in dreaming big. So everyone can become. हमारा डायरेक्टर साहब बोले, कोशिश जारी रखिए. कोशिश करने से तभी हार तो नहीं जाएंगी. कोशिश करने वालों को हार नहीं मिलेगी. Exactly. So this is the message. So we all, even myself, I get so much moved on with shortcomings, and if I face something which I expect, if that doesn't happen, immediately this is a human tendency. But my advice is we should never succumb. You all think that this guy is floating or business class every day, domestic or international everywhere, sala golden spoon se paida hua karke. But I born in a middle class family, but we also came like that, but somehow. But even now I have a lot of challenges, both at home and business and all, nothing that. But they are part of our life. Enjoy your life, enjoy the moment. Why should you think about the past and why should you think about the future? अरे कल क्या होगा करके वही सोच विचार करके घर में बैठेगा तो क्या होगा? और परसों ऐसा हो या करके, if we repent, keep on repenting on what has happened yesterday, I think we can never become entrepreneurs. Anyhow, as usual, I'm speaking little more, and that too before the learned Mr. IRS Sab ke samne, but I keep doing this several times, but definitely I know how much energy you all have within you. Each of you is a big bomb, and so many of you are entrepreneurs giving employment to so many people. Definitely, I'm so happy for you, both of you once again. I just wanted to tell these words. For all that you did for our IAP conference, I thought, choti to bolna chahiye. And especially Divya, I'm very proud of you always. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can I request the director for this one? Is it? Divya के साथ कम कर.
Very interesting. She has a very interesting insight to what you have done.
Okay.
And what you can become.
సెంటర్లో రావాలమ్మా సరిపోతుందా ఇక్కడ రావాలా కూడా సేపు
So with this, we are coming to close this 2 days national conference on the packaging innovations for future planet, propelling business growth, FMCG, food and pharma. I hope all the deliberations, the innovative ideas, the new innovations and the startup ideas, the sustainability and our responsibilities, all the things are well taken care, and especially the students of IFP, this definitely will be a milestone in your life, that the conferences like this will definitely enlighten your knowledge over there. The very purpose of organizing the conference definitely will to help the students and to gain the knowledge, and I am sure that you have benefited with this. And the participants who spent their 2 days valuable time, and our speakers, sponsors, everybody, I hope that they enjoyed this conference and will definitely get benefited of this. And I take this opportunity to thank all of you, especially our director, Sri R.K. Mishra ji, for coming down all the way from Mumbai, despite all his busy schedules, with a short notice of 24 hours. Actually, he could not able to come, but the determination, as there is a say, जहाँ पर चाह है वहाँ पर राह है. So definitely, just we invited him, and personally I spoke to him that definitely he has taken his time, and thank you very much for that. And I thank you, our mentor, Mr. AVPS Chakravarti, who is a man behind of this conference, whose ideas is a chairman of this conference, and his ideas and guidance has helped me and my team over here in shaping up this conference, and I thank you very much from my whole of the heart, Chakravarti ji. And at the same time, I thank you all the speakers, guests who have taken out their very, very valuable time and sharing their knowledge, their experience to the participants and the students here. Really, I from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your kind contribution to this conference. And I mention all my sponsors, without whom this kind of event is not possible at all. My wholehearted thanks to the hologram, Uflex, Shiv Shakti, that is my company, and my partners and stakeholders are there. I thank you them also, Citrus and Sri Maruti Packaging and Holoflex. And I thank you all my advertisers in the souvenir who contributed their contribution to that also. And my special mention go to Mr. Nataraj, who actually I can say single-handedly handled all the things with the help of only couple of people. So this kind of determination really I look forward for future also. That only with I must confess that with only help of 2 people, he has made this conference successful. And I must thank you, our Gautam Buddha sir, who is really a mentor for all our conferences, who is a backbone, not only mentor but backbone to all the conference in shaping up in such a way that every conference are really a big success in the past and now also. I am seeing that still after at the end of the day, still 70% of gathering is there. And thank you very much all the audience and especially students and the team IIP. We are having very few staff, but we are able to do this event. And look forward for our next conference. Definitely, I am believing that within this year we'll come up with one more innovative and the better managed and the bigger way. We will come up with one more conference to get benefited for all you. Thank you one and all. And it's my privilege to give a token of sponsorship appreciation to our beloved director R.K. Mishra ji to please come on the stage and accept our token of appreciation.
I will add something to my chairman's speech. He told just 2, I say 200. The committee members behind me, each one is equal to 10. For a big round of applause to my Chakravarti sir garu, Mr. Gautam Buddha. Yes sir, this is the fact. He was in the US, last 15 days he was contacting me from Nigeria, South Africa, Mumbai, Delhi, whenever I was telling the different places. Mr. Gautam Buddha sir was in US. From there he has helped us. Last 15 days only he came back. Mr. Chandi Prasad, of course, he has some assignment, he left. And Mr. our chairman, tomorrow is going, he has postponed, tomorrow is going to Russia. For this program only he has postponed his trip, I believe, and he stood behind our team. And my beloved director. In spite of his so many schedules, I requested him and it's a thank you, sir. Thank you for the whole team and my entire team of IIP Hyderabad.
I must mention one more name, Mr. Srikanth. If he is there, I must mention that Srikanth, who tirelessly worked for this, and our conference chairman, Mr. Avinash Kumar Talwar.
Avinash is not.
Yeah, he is not there today, but I must thank him. Yeah. And all the IIP team first come for photo session, then we will request our delegates to come forward for the group photo.
Ramesh?
IIP staff. Come fast.
Sir.
And I put on record my thanks to Ankit Audio Visual Mr. Bitu. At the last moment, he arranged this beautiful venue to us. Actually, we planned somewhere else, but we are not satisfied with the venue, and at the last moment, within 3 days, he could able to arrange this beautiful venue to us. And I must thank the staff and management of this hotel who have arranged all the beautiful arrangements over here. Sir, without you, IIP is not there, sir.
IIP is always there, without. Keep going there.
Sir, Chairman.
Mr. Patel, come.
Please.
Sir, come. Gautam, sir. And then the delegates, and then we disperse, right? Yes. And delegates can stand on the front row. Most of them. Yeah. Let Gautam Buddha come here. Let me stand with Mr. Gautam Buddha once. Yes, sir. I did not stand 2005. Right?
First let the students come.
I'll delegate from now. Students can be in the front. Students are ready. You are equally invited. One man has to sit in front of them. Very high expectation from all the delegates. आइए आप इधर से मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्वार्टर अरे पैनल में अब आ जाएंगे पैनोरामिक शॉट है if you can see the camera you come Graphics will have inspiring. Now the job starts. Right? Committed is a very strong word.